played that nice. Found the gap perfectly.
16.
Yeah, I think there's a different mindset in this match, isn't there? Against Mark King, first round. He was desperate to get through that first round. Oh, he's misjudged that, has he? Is he on the black?
He certainly is. The way he walked around the table, you could tell he knew he was on it.
I think, though, Dennis. Yes, but clearly on it.
$24.
Yeah, the pulse answer is in, and it'll be on your screens. Ooh, let's see. 74% for Steve Davis, 26 for John Higgins. There's a lot of Steve
25.
Davis fans out there.
I think there is. There's a lot of people rooting for Steve. I think that just proves, and particularly with who's going to win the match, how the public have taken Steve to the heart over the years. It's a bit wide, but it went in.
32. $33.
It's noticeable how he's staying down on the shot until the ball goes in the pocket. He was doing that against Mark King, not all the time, but it's a way of just keeping still.
Yes, in a way of just concentrating, pushing that cue through straight as a gun barrel. Because that's the one thing that can go wrong. If you're a little bit nervy, a little bit edgy,
40.
you can hit the ball when you're up before you've got through it. This is just the start he was looking for.
$41.
Well, it's just about on the green, and a nice angle to stun down, but... Well, apart from the red on the right-hand side of the table as we look, that's in the open, there's nothing that clear. He looks to be looking towards the red that's near the left-hand cushion.
And did you notice something there, John? He was on all blacks, and he never even thought about it. He wants to make sure and get this first frame under his belt if he can.
Yeah, I think the maximum at the moment is the last thing on his mind.
Especially the way the reds are situated, but it was 5 reds, 5 blacks. There you see it. 5 reds, 5 blacks. And just a little green for good measure in there. This is just the start
45.
he would have been hoping for. Just to give his opponent something to think about.
Maybe a little bit
52.
disappointed he's left the cue ball so close to the cushion. I'm sure he'd like to have played this red and come back for the black. Well, he's still doing that, but just digging in slightly. A little bit more difficult. And that was the problem.
53.
And he's overrun the position. And it could be end of break.
Be interesting to see what Steve does here. I think he might push the black safe. The pink's tied up. If he ties the black up with a 53-point advantage, he could play down somewhere behind the green near the cushion and double this black into a safe spot. just concentrated so much on the pot there that he forgot about the cue ball and just let it run too far. That's where it finished, and Hawkeye will show you that he was hoping to stay somewhere near there.
Well, I can't believe we played the pot here, but I agree with you, Dennis. Double it towards these reds on the top cushion to play the safety.
Steve Davis.
Well, he didn't get it safe, but he's got a good cue ball, and he's covered the reds or the escape route down the right-hand side of the table, so it's a good start from Steve. I don't care how many times he's played here. A good start settles you down.
Can't knock all the reds safe because he still needs a few of them to leave John Higgins leading a snooker. So, but these four are pretty tied up, and the one on the left side of the table is.
He'd love to get this cue ball in behind the yellow and brown. Can he manage it without taking too much of a risk? And in the end decided to put another red on the cushion. It's looking a big lead, that 53 points at the moment, the way the reds are.
Got to be a bit careful here. He may be able to tie the black up if he plays the red next to it, but he doesn't want to knock a red towards the right corner pocket. Clever. Okay, he's knocked a red towards the corner pocket, but look where he's put the black. There was always a chance he could push one over the corner, but so good news and bad news there. Good news, the black safe. The bad news, he's left a pot for John, and he may cannon into the red and pink here. If he doesn't play it with side, it seems as if the white will go towards those. Oh, just missed it. He did try to free the pink there.
One.
And John will probably bring the blue into play. That was close to just flicking that red. The blue's out of commission also at the moment.
John Higgins, one.
I caught that much too thick. This red obviously is possible, but I don't think he can cannon into the pink. So he's not even going to attempt it. Well, he may look here in playing this, run this red into those two reds near the black. Not exactly as played.
That's what he was trying, John. He was trying to free the black there in the reds and get a good cue ball, but didn't manage it. absolutely perfect. And back in the 80s, John, when you played Steve Davis, the number of times you walked to the table and the white was locked on the baulk cushion, time and time again.
Yes, we've all been there, haven't we? I remember playing him once, and I remember looking at my watch, and I thought, dear me, every time, it wasn't a long walk, that was the only thing. He had to walk about 3 or 4 yards to the top cushion.
Yeah, and then sit down for 10 minutes while he cleared the table.
And as I say, that to me is the big difference. The tactical side of his game is still there. I just wonder whether he can compete with the top players now when they get the opportunity scoring. But he did well with his first opportunity in this frame. But can he do it consistently throughout a best of 25 frame match?
John taking the opportunity to bring that black into play. He needs it. Well, he caught it much too thick. He may have got away with it. Might be able to pot the one past the pink. John's intention there was to free the reds and the black and get the white up near the brown. But he can't see enough of this. And he is on the brown.
I don't think he can avoid running into the red after playing the brown, so he's just wondering where it's going to go. Depends what pace he plays it. He may knock it towards the right middle. Well, he just misjudged it slightly. As he got second prize, the red near the baulk line on the left-hand side of the table. He may be able to get past the blue to play that. He's got a 57-point lead. And 67 remaining, so a red and a colour is all that's required to take the first frame.
Six.
Not done a lot wrong this frame, Dennis.
And John Higgins hasn't done a lot wrong. He hasn't had a shot at a pot, I don't think. Eight frames to be played in this session. Some of the matches are played over 2 days. This one's over 3 days. 8 frames,
16.
and then a possible 9. I think John Higgins will stay in his seat here.
16 in the first frame. Steve Davis.
Well, the perfect start for Steve Davis against the defending world champion. Did everything right, good safety. When he got in, he scored. He leads 1-0.
Thank you. The second frame. Steve Davis to go. 1. Brown. John Higgins, 1.
Thank you, Rishi. Didn't miss very much, just one pot that John Higgins pulled off. It was a pretty good one, but obviously didn't drop nicely onto a bulk colour, and you just were watching the pictures of the shot as the boys were finishing, talking in the studio.
Well, I think Steve thought that was going to be a shot for nothing, but he was a bit short of pace with the cue ball, and he's left this red now to the left corner for John Higgins. I mean, I know at the moment we're all talking about Steve Davis. John Higgins was a little bit shaky in that first round match, and he needs to show his best form. Well, how close was that? But it didn't go in.
Now, does this red go past the pink? I don't think so. Just a safety shot.
Thanks.
Yeah, we'll just show you the shot he played after he potted the red. He just played the brown, and he was trying to open the bunch there. That was quite an attacking shot. He doesn't want to get tied down in a safety battle with Steve, and that was an indication there, John. He was trying to open the bunch up, wasn't he?
Absolutely, Dennis, but he's knocked a red towards the right corner. Has the green come to his rescue? I think not. I think Steve can just get past this green to the potting angle. I don't think he'll be playing it slow for the black. He'll be going up for the blue. Oh, the flick on the pink won't be too bad. He'll settle for that.
I'm not sure if he can hold. He would go close. He could play a cannon into the reds. He'd like to play for that one, but let's have a look to see if he's got an angle to do that. I think he can. Yeah.
I think maybe from that shot we see the pattern of this. John Higgins, when he tried to open the reds with the brown, Steve there had the perfect opportunity to play the cannon and turned it down. So I think we've got one man, Steve Davis, wants to keep it tight, and John Higgins wants to try and open up the game. So it's going to be very interesting, this first session.
8.
Well, when Steve Davis is around, it's always very interesting, John. That's why they call him interesting, Steve Davis.
Yeah, and I didn't use the word for any other reason. The bottom red of the cluster will go if he just wants to roll the black in. This time he decided to play the cannon, and he's finished on nothing.
15.
It's always going to be a difficult pack to go into that. I think he hit the red he was looking for, but he just pushed the two reds to the side, and as I say, he's finished on nothing.
Of course, John, the players, once they get over the first round, which is the first to 19, 2 sessions, you really feel that the World Championship starts when you get through to the second round and you're playing the best of 25 frames over 3 sessions. You know you can have a little bit of a bad run and then you can recover from it.
Steve Davis.
Yes,
15.
I think the thing is that there has been talk about shortening or having tournaments that are shorter. They're having the 6 red tournaments and this, that and the other, but the history of the World Championship and the number of frames, you like to think the luck evens out and you finish up with the best player in the world on over that 17 days. And 17 days is a long time to keep that form. But let's ask you the question. Do you agree with the longer match format in these World Championships? Vote yes or no. bbc.co.uk/snooker. Click on your pulse. Let us know your opinion.
Foul. John Higgins, 4.
I think Steve knew. He stood still there. He knew the white was going to come towards the corner pocket. A wee bit unlucky because he played it with side and he was waiting for it to drop in. He knew it was on the way to the pocket. But nevertheless, it was a good long pot. And John Higgins has yet to get a chance in amongst the balls. But when Steve was at his best in the 80s, to have any chance against him, you had to have a good tactical game. Otherwise, you just wouldn't get a chance. And we know that John Higgins has got one of the best tactical games in the business. So it's all it's like watching a game of chess at the moment, John.
This is what Steve's looking at. The big problem is the red on the left-hand side of the table as we look now. That's why he's frightened of playing a safety shot down the left-hand side as he looks. Because if he kisses into that red, then there's a problem now. Can he just get past the green? Well, he can. Hawkeye says he can. Just get past the green to play the red closest to the left cushions. And that looks to me as though the red to play safe off. Don't know if he's worried about the double kiss. Well, let's see what you said about these longer formats. Yes or no?
Have a look at that. Have a look at that, John. 94% say yes. So they enjoy watching these longer matches.
Well, there's only one World Championship. It's a special tournament. As we've said many times, it's like a 17-day soap opera. And it's nice to see the public enjoy it. This looks a good line. He'd like to have been in behind the green, but an excellent length. He's calling the tune at the moment. With Steve Davis. Freezing John Higgins out. This is all that John seems to have to go at the moment. Tight under the cushion. Having to play safety shots. And at the moment, he just can't get Steve in trouble with these safeties.
There's a possible plant on, but he can't get to it. You see those reds there? Well, it's just going to the left of the pocket, but he can't get past the blue. Play one onto the two reds that are almost a plant.
Yeah, he was thinking about trying to swerve round the blue, wasn't he, to get to the outside of the red to make the plant. He'll want to disturb it because it looks on to me. And he has. And once again, look at the length he's produced here. Another excellent shot. No, all right, maybe 6 inches short of pace, but certainly got his eye in early.
Well, there's Hawkeye showing that he could have made the plant, which is going slightly to the right side of the pocket. Pretty good shot there from John Higgins. You just sense at the moment, John, that Steve Davis is relishing this challenge out there. You know, he's got nothing to lose. He's playing John Higgins, who's a strong favourite to beat him. And if he carries on the way he played in the first frame, he's going to enjoy himself.
Well, absolutely, and that's what I said earlier, the different mindset from the first round match. As you say, this one, he probably feels, well, he's got things to lose. Obviously, no one wants to lose a match, but there's maybe not as much pressure on him to win in this one. He's got to catch this red just right, though. Too thick, and that cue ball will be struggling to go past the blue. But as he's done with his others, safety plate, top draw, appreciated by John Higgins.
John can't get a look at the pot at the moment.
I've seen it, thank you, John. Thanks.
Now, there might be a possible plant again. There's two reds that there's a little bit of distance between them, but I wonder, are they in line with the pocket? Okay, with cannon into the red to the left of the black, and well, that could be made.
Unfortunately, it's one of those, Dennis, isn't it? If you went for it, you'd have to get it because there's no return to the balk end. He's looking to see if it could be a plant to the other corner. Now that could be interesting because he could send the cue ball back to the balk end. And I'll tell you what, they're not far off. The only problem is playing it into this pocket. There's a definite chance that if he hits it too thick, he could go in off in the right corner with the cue ball.
But what it now means is if he doesn't disturb either of those possible plants, he could leave it on for John if he doesn't get a really good cue ball. So he may just decide to have a go at it. Little shake of the head. He knows he's got to get a good white this time, otherwise John will have a go at this plant that he's now queuing up to.
The easy way out, of course, is to play the containing safety and just play the red on the left-hand side of the table and run the cue ball down towards this left corner pocket. That should leave it reasonably safe. If he tries to get back to the balk end here, it could go wrong. He'd have to catch it absolutely perfect. So containing safety it was, but he could have played it a little bit better than that. But he's had a look down at this end, so I presume he's not left a pot on.
John's now looking at the plant, and he could make this. I'm surprised Steve left the white where he did, because There's a bit of distance between them, and he's picked the spot where he would like to knock the first red to make the plant. He's overcooked it. And he's left the red. Oh, is he in behind the pink? He is. Somehow Steve's got to try and nestle on the red that's to the left side of the table, to the left of the black. Unless he can get across the table with the side. Yeah, he might be able to get to the red that's near the pocket. Might be. He doesn't want to hit the first red, and he has done. Now, does this cut in? If he missed the red that he just flicked, he would have got them safe. I think this may cut. And John Higgins hasn't potted the ball for 16 minutes.
One.
Well, he's finished up on the black. I'm not saying it's a certainty, but he's done well to finish there.
And you have to say this is the first
8.
proper chance that John Higgins has had. Maybe 4 potable reds. The others are a bit awkward.
9.
He's a bit straight on this, but it doesn't really matter because he's got the red to the left of the table. He'll just bring the white back a few inches, 6 inches, and then he's perfect.
$14. 50.
I've got a good angle. He may decide to try and develop some of the reds here. Doesn't want to cannon the black. If he was going to develop them, he doesn't have to. He can still get on a red to the left. And that's the one he's played for.
Sure.
Because the black is available in the right corner.
20.
Just a little short of pace. I don't know whether he can hold for the black now. He'd like to be on the black, because obviously then it's a lot easier to play little cannons on these reds that are clustered around the top cushion. But is it thin enough to hold? Oh, it looks like it on that picture. Yes, no problem.
21.
Now, he doesn't want to be straight on this black. And I've just looked at John's body language, and he didn't look too happy. No, he couldn't get into the red, so he had to play for the one loose red. So it's imperative off this red now he gets a good angle on the next colour.
28.
Because these reds near the top cushion are very awkward.
$29.
Just has to give this a bit of due care and attention when he plays the cannon. If he could come off the cushion and just nudge the one in the middle of the 3 to the left as we look at it, and he's just about okay, but it could have been better, that one.
36.
What sort of angle has he got on this? Oh, he's okay.
37.
Both of these players keep remarkably still on the shot. Their head
44.
is so steady, and they deliver the cue in a straight line. There's very, very little movement. It looks easy, but it's so difficult to do.
.45. .52. .53.
Well, he's taking these well. He's looking at the scoreboard. He's got a 43-point lead. The black will put him 50 points in front, but there'll still be 51 left, so he needs the black and one more red. Looks as though he's going to play in and out of balk. Got to judge the line. He got to miss the pink. And the fact that he didn't means this frame isn't over just yet.
60.
There you see it. 50 ahead, but 51 remaining.
The good news for John was when he cannoned the pink, he knocked it safe.
John Higgins, 60.
He would like to have clinched the frame with that visit, but he's going to have to wait for another. Both players now settled down, and we know they're both queuing well at the moment. Has he got away with it? Maybe not. I thought it was going to block the path for the red that he's now going to take on. So just this red.
One.
But the sign of a true champion always is he's had to be patient. Steve had him on the baulk cushion so many times. He had very little to go at, but when he's
8.
got his chance, he's taken it. He'll not bother about missing that one.
John Higgins, 8.
Steve thinking about it. Is he going to come to the table? Yeah.
Yeah, frame conceded.
He has conceded the frame, so we now know that both players are queuing pretty well. Steve Davis at the 53 in the opener, John Higgins at 60, and that it's one each.
John Higgins to break. Foul. And a miss. John Higgins, 6. Yeah.
That was a bad misjudgment from Steve. Just a straightforward little shot off the cushion into the bunch.
Well, just catching the bump has left a chance now for Steve with this red. Using the rest, he's usually pretty good with the rest. And I think with this type of shot, you don't want to put a lot of pace in it, and he can play for a baulk colour as long as he gets a nice angle. Well, striking as low as he is, looks as though he's trying to come back for the blue. Did so, and couldn't have played it better.
1.
Can't see him playing a cannon here, so he's got a choice. He can run through, just bounce off the top cushion for the red on the right-hand side of the table. Anything else could be a little bit risky. Well, he played a cannon in the end, which, as I say, was a little bit risky, but he's okay. He's just
6.
about on this red. These shots, actually, Dennis, are a lot easier than they used to be, aren't they? Because now we get the extension on the rest, the extension on the cue. When you was using the old fishing tackle, you'd have a job screwing back, wouldn't you?
Yeah, the fishing tackle, as you call it, John, is still there. It's at the side of the table, but it never comes out. It's just purely for show. That will never have been used because, as you say, you couldn't play this type of shot with that implement.
Thanks. Seven.
Well, he just stopped in his tracks there. He was hoping to be on the blue, but that's not the case. But he's okay on the yellow. And once again, he's got the opportunity. If he can play the cue ball down towards his top cushion, he's now got a choice of reds to the right corner.
It's a bit pacey. Is it okay? Is he going to drop on the black? He's
9.
unlucky. Just looking at Steve. He snookered himself just a fraction away from giving himself a great opportunity here.
Yes, it's unlucky when you're just talking about fractions. He has an alternative red. He has a red to the left middle where he can screw back for the black, but I think that's a bit too risky. And he doesn't want to take too many risks against John Higgins. I'm certain his game plan is keep it as tight as possible. And if anything, try and frustrate the defending champion.
Steve Davis,
I didn't
9.
expect to kiss the green, but it might not be too bad. It gives the cue ball a good length. Well, he hit that all wrong with John Higgins, and he has left the red to this left corner. And there may be a possibility that Steve can control this cue ball and get on the black in the same pocket. He's got to find the gap. Played it well.
1.
He always was a good pathfinder, Steve Davis. Judged the gap perfectly there.
Eight.
All about
9.
keeping his focus here, and we do know that when you get slightly older that occasionally your concentration wavers and you can miss sitters. But he's looked pretty solid so far, certainly in that opening frame.
16.
But as you mentioned earlier on, John, the key is we know he can compete and probably outdo John in the tactical department, but he's got to be able to stay with him in the break building department.
$17.
Played the cannon and got it perfectly.
24.
I don't know, Dennis. You just get the feeling that first round win has filled him full of confidence. He told me he was cueing well. He said he'd been hitting the ball well. He qualified and played some real good snooker to get here. But
yeah, he doesn't put the intense practice in that he used to do, but
32.
you know, he's more measured. He knows what keeps him ticking over. It's a different game when you get out into an arena like the Crucible anyway. Even years ago, John, there were some players over-practiced, came here, and it's different pressure altogether, isn't it?
yeah, leave it on the practice table. It's happened to a lot of people.
30.
But that was a good workout, the first round match he had, and that was probably as much practice as he's had over the last few years.
Just let his position slip there, though. Shouldn't have been straight on the black. Because he's got to nudge something here. They're all blocking each other. Let's have a look. Dead straight. So he'd have to screw back off the cushion and back over to possibly the red that's near the pink. But it requires terrific cueing. And I mean, Steve's not blessed with the cue power that some of the players are. But let's see what he can make out of this shot. Well, he's not even trying it. There must be one that'll go into the middle pocket. He's trying to make it as easy
40.
as possible for himself. This is a tricky little shot into these middle pockets. They're quite sharp on these new tables. He's looking good,
41.
John.
Yeah, fair play.
I think that's come off the cushion a lot quicker than it
48.
went on the cushion. That's why you're getting a reaction like that from Steve. Bled for the red at the back of that little bunch of 5, and they really are so lively, these cloths. Of course, they're new cloths on, John. They've been recovered last night.
Yes. They never used to do that, did they, until we got down to the one table situation. He'd be a little bit disappointed there to run out of position. And he can't play his safe to the baulk end because of that red that's in that area, so you just have to play a little safety but to this top cushion. But
Steve
thinking
Davis,
as ever.
48.
putting a red safe. He's got a 51-point lead.
Well, he was hoping to catch the brown. As a stopper, he might just be okay. Oh, this red may cut in, but that was a bad mistake from Steve. He tried to send the red onto the brown to use it to keep the red up the other end of the table. Oh, that's unlucky. That's very unlucky. He gave it plenty of pace to come in and out of the balk area, and to hit the green and finish on the cushion was very unfortunate.
Brown ball. John Higgins, 1.
That was pushing the bolt out a little bit, wasn't it? Playing the pot on the brown. As it happened, he's finished up on nothing, but maybe he didn't play the pot on the brown. Maybe he just tried to leave the cue ball near this top cushion, but strange type of shot. That's a bit careless from Steve. He's left a chance of this red to the right middle, and it's the type of shot that John Higgins could take on. Well, normally when you play those, if you hit the near draw, you don't leave anything, but it's come back off the knuckle. And it's left Steve with a sitter, and with a 50-point lead, surely he's going to win the frame at this visit.
Thanks. 1.
So there you see it. 55
5.
ahead, 67 remaining. Just a red and a cover required.
Six.
Well, John Higgins has not had much chance, and he's had a little bit of bad run, particularly in this frame when he
13.
potted a good red and kissed the green full ball, left him on nothing. But he won't be getting concerned, of course. It's best of 25, but you can certainly see that Steve Davis is in decent form. So
20.
it won't be a case of falling over the line for the defending champion. He'll have to produce the goods.
21.
Might as well try and bring this red into play. Frame safe. Nice little shot here to... Well, he can play for the one up the next to the brown, but if he's going to get the clearance, look at the side he had on that. That's end of break now.
26.
I don't know the way he's playing. He might knock this red down the cushion, Dennis. What do you think? What's the odds?
If he does, I'll better not say I'll buy you a meal, John, because
26 in
the
the frame.
safety shot.
Anyway, it's another frame to Steve Davis, and once again proves how well he's playing. He leads the defending champion now by 2 frames to 1.
Thank you. 4th frame. Steve Davis to break.
So off we go now with frame 4. Mid-session interval coming up after this. Not quite the break-off shot that Steve was looking for. He knows that John's quite capable of knocking this type of shot in, but he's not even looking at it. He's playing a safety shot. Normally they take the red into the right corner, bring the white round the table, but it's a pretty good safety shot, though.
Yeah, I really believe that Steve can't believe he didn't go for that long pot there. Because once he'd left that red, he just looked away. He never looked back at the table. And even when he come to the table, he looked at the line where he'd left the cue ball and thought, why didn't he play the pot there? I mean, that's another thing I think it's worth mentioning. I don't think John Higgins wants to get too embroiled in a tactical battle, because I feel as though his scoring prowess is better than Steve's nowadays. What do you think, then?
Well, yeah, as I say, this shot, Steve walked away and he thought, well, John will definitely take this pot on, and I think he was surprised when he seen John play it straightforward safety escape. So, yeah, he wants to try and get them open a bit, but it's not easy against Steve Davis, and let's see how Steve goes on with this red into the... Now, there's no easy path back down the table this time. I think he possibly could avoid all the reds. If he pots this red, he'll go round the back of the black and could finish on a balk colour. This is a tricky one he's faced with now, just to roll up to the green. It's so easy to leave these short, and it's so easy just to hit them too hard.
Steve Davis 1.
Now, has he covered that one to the right, or is there a thin edge?
No, I'm right behind the line, Dennis. He's covered it. He's snookered him all on all the reds. If he's going to try and hit this red, he'll have to play it with a little bit of left-hand side, just to swerve around the green, which he's done quite comfortably.
Hasn't quite got the same ring about it. Bend it like Higgins.
Bend it like Higgins. Yeah. Hook it like Higgins. How about that?
Look at the length again with the safety shot. He can just get past the pink, and he might even get close to potting this red. He's playing a safety shot, but this red will go close to the left corner pocket. That's what you would call returning the compliment. And at first glance, can't see a way back down the table. I bet even Hawkeye can't spot one to get back down the table off as he pans around, having a little look. That's what Steve's looking at.
Gap he found there, but unfortunately the middle pocket stopped it being a very good safety shot. But unfortunately those pockets are always there. He found the gap, but he couldn't avoid the jaw of the middle pocket. Obviously the black wasn't available into the right corner.
One.
He's on the blue. He's played a good shot to get there. Just not the right side of the blue, though. So in and out of baulk. Just got to avoid the baulk colours. Well, that's a poor shot for someone of John's class.
Higgins one.
And in that case, a look at the yellow went in, but to hit it full ball, that's amazing. He struggled, you know, Dennis, in his first round match, and I just thought it was coming back as defending champion, but that's a poor shot for John, wasn't it?
Well, to hit the yellow three-quarter ball, to pot it, well, it was like a trick shot. In fact, after potting a red, you pot the blue and the yellow, you should get 7 for that, John, really, shouldn't you?
Well, they might have done in your club.
Quiet, please.
This is the old thing. We don't see it happen very often, but because John has played a foul shot, Steve has the option to ask him to play the next one, and that's what he's done. He's put him in again. Now, where's this red going? Is he going to kiss the cue ball? Oh, he's lucky. If it had kissed the cue ball, he could have left it onto the corner pocket. Needed to get in the jaws of the pocket with that red, but he's played it with enough pace to come in and out of baulk. Well, is he taking this red on to the right corner? He is, but a long way away. So he's just not settled yet, John Higgins. I think when a player like John Higgins is not settled, I don't think it's anything to do with his opponent. It's just what's going on within his own mind.
Yeah, he's maybe just a little bit surprised at how well Steve has started this match. He maybe wasn't expecting that, but he's got so much experience, John, and when he kicks into gear, he can reel frame after frame off. But you've got to get the chance to do it. A little bit of safety in mind the way he was going to play that. He was going to try and pot it and screw back past the blue. is he looking at into this right corner pocket? Everything seems to be blocked. Now just looking at getting back behind the yellow and brown twice across the table. As long as he misses the blue, he'll be okay.
Well, he got so close to the pot, to be fair, he overcut it, and that's why it didn't have enough pace to get away from the pocket. You still do well to get on the cover here, John, though. And if that cue ball finishes near the side cushion, the next shot ain't going to be too easy. You'd favour the blue, but there's a little bit of pressure on it. He only has to roll it in and he'll be on the red to the far left corner. But playing the blue in the far left corner, tight on the cushion, is very risky. Is he in a mood to play it?
Green ball.
No, he's just rolling to the green and covering that red with the brown.
John Higgins, 1.
So he's not going to push the bolt out too far. Can't blame him after what's happened.
There's the average shot time. Steve up at 31 seconds. Well, you never know where they're going to go, but you don't expect them to go right over the pocket, and that's exactly what happened there. Steve felt, if I have a go at this, if I just happen to pot it, I'll be on the yellow or green. Lots of side. He needs a good flick here. It's not bad, that. But played with extreme side so that he didn't cannon into the pink and reds there. The natural angle would have taken him over there. Look how the white straightened up with all the left-hand side he had on it.
Brown.
Well, we must have had a heavy contact, but the white is pulled up nowhere near where he intended it to be. He's going to have to take the other red. I think he played a little bit further up the table. But if you can get the blue back on its spot, maybe he did play for this red. Maybe he didn't get too big a contact because the pink's out of commission, the black is. This red and the blue back on its spot would be good.
6.
And then at least he's got the blue on its spot to work with. Well, he must have finished straight on the blue because he's looking at the brown now.
Well, he found a path to disturb the pink and bring it into play. He's on a red to the right corner. It's just manoeuvring the cue ball so he can get on a colour. And it's not straightforward by any means. In fact, it's that awkward. He's looking for a red to the far left corner. Red's easy enough, but how does he get the cue ball back to the middle of the table? And you may think, well, why don't you try and pot the red and cannon into the black, try and bring that into play, but I don't think he fancies that, so he's playing this red to the far left corner, running the cue ball up to the balk end. And terrific pot he was. Didn't necessarily want that cue ball tight to the cushion, as you can see on the shake of the head. He's on the green, he's got a nice potting angle on the green, but it's tricky. And he's going to play a little snooker. Of course, one thing that all these players know, Dennis, it's imperative that you get a good start. You don't want someone getting a bit of a runaway lead early on, don't you? And John Higgins is well aware of that.
Oh yeah, he knows if Steve Davis opens up a 2-frame advantage, and well, he's then got to win 3 frames to get in front. Yeah, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, and all these great champions, when they do get in front, they definitely start to play better. You know, there's some players who are good front runners and some players who are a little bit better from behind, but the champions are great front runners. They just go from strength to strength. So John Higgins making certain that Steve doesn't have things all his own way. He'll keep it tough, particularly this first session. Play tight, hard snooker.
Foul and a miss. John Higgins 4. Yeah.
I love the groan of the crowd, don't you? Oh. It's a perfect line. It was just a fraction short. I think John Higgins is banking and he doesn't find the line the same again. And he might leave something easier than this red along the top cushion. But it's exactly the same result. It's a terrific hit.
And to get over behind the green, he's going to have to play it with a little stun. And he can do that. See the way he's digging down? He'll go near the middle pocket and then the side will take and he'll swing over towards the green. Just watch the white now. Pushed the red over the pocket, but the brown is coming to the rescue, and Steve may just elect to just come off the side cushion and just land on that red. Can't see another shot on for him, only that one. If he had been able to get through the gap with the brown and blue, he may have been able to back down the table. He's just checking to see if he would go in off if he just led off it, but I don't think he would.
Well, to be honest with you, Dennis, I mean, well, he wouldn't want to give the 4 points away, but at least he's moved the red away from the pocket just by making a contact with it. He's played it pacey enough, hasn't he? Oh, he played the little rattle of the jaws.
He might be able to play a little trick shot type here where he raises the butt of the cue in the air and just flicks the red. He might be able to do it without raising the butt of the cue in the air. Get the red across the cushion a little bit. Yeah, he's raising the butt and get up towards the yellow.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky there. If it had got a full ball contact on the green, I think this would have been safe. But I think there is a red that will go to the left corner. There's plenty of distance between cue ball and object ball, but he can find a path back to the balk end by playing the pot. Another terrific long pot from Steve. Now, is he prepared to risk the brown in the middle? No, he's rolling up behind it.
Steve Davis, 1.
Just wondering if he can nestle on that red, but he's got to get it just right. That's not the one he wanted to hit. It's a red that will pot in the middle pocket. The one along the cushion is no use to him because the black's not available. These are little testers. You've got to cue these well.
One.
And that will do nicely. The cannon on the blue. He knew he was going to cannon the blue. But what a good pot it was. So he is still cueing well. I remember when John McCrarick used to be involved in the snooker, he christened Steve
6.
Master Cueman. Not a bad name, that. The Master Cueman.
No? Frightened to say it because the commentators curse, but he's cut out those unforced errors this evening so far.
I hope he doesn't miss the pink after that, John.
No, I hope he plays the blue. That's unmissable.
And he's listening to you. He's going to have to run this all the way around the angles.
What's the pace like? Needs to run on another couple of feet. He's playing for the red in the left corner.
12.
Well, he's on the one to the right corner, but straight on the red to the left would have been a better idea. But still within range, this. Now taking a 2-point lead.
Steve Davis, 12.
And the worst possible miss, that when you miss and leave your opponent a sitter to go at.
Well, that is the first mistake he's made in this match so far, you'd have to say.
1. Six. Seven.
One good positional shot, and he'll give himself a chance here. No problem screwing back for John Higgins. In fact, he was even able to stun it up, and have a look at this shot, but he doesn't want to tie the black up. Oh, that's a little beauty. That
11.
is a little peach. What a result.
12.
Maybe a little bit disappointed. It's a bit low. Black spots are not available, so our referee,
19.
Enver has put in the black on the highest available, which is the pink in this case. But he wanted to be on the red on the black spot, and straighter would have been ideal. He doesn't really want to play the one that's just off the top cushion, because that's missable with pace. So going up for the blue. Oh, he's missed it. Would you believe
John
it?
Higgins,
He's
19.
missed it.
That definitely was an edgy one from John Higgins there. Okay, it's not easy from this position, but Steve didn't expect to be back at the table quite so quickly. While he's
1.
sighing and groaning, he knew straight away he didn't hit that very well. I think he played it a little thinner and just caught it thicker than he did intend.
Steve Davis, 1.
What he's indicating there is that the ball drifted slightly. He's been lucky to get the double kiss, but it was the other day we've seen a ball drift off on Steve.
But he won't be disappointed with the result, surely, Dennis, because he's snookered John on both reds. OK, he might have been thinking, I can get the green away from the cushion and in play, but I don't know. It's not a bad result.
It's a terrific result, but just watch the reaction. That's just telling us that it's drifted slightly, but you'll take the outcome.
John playing that with pace, he thought he could get that red safe, and I think he has, because I don't think it passes the pink. He'll be happy with that.
Might be able to get the snooker. Got to be careful, but
Yeah, you fancy him getting the snooker on one red, but can he cover both reds? He's going to have to get it really tight to that pink. This isn't guaranteed. Well, fair play to him, he's done it. He's only done it.
Thanks, John.
yeah, he never misses a trick, does he, Steve?
And they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. So they're all old tricks, are they?
He knows them all, does Steve. Now, he's hoping to move the red away from the pocket. I mean, occasionally, there's always a chance you could knock the red in, but it's just a matter of trying to move it. Oh, he's miscued, and he might have potted it. He might have potted it. Ooh, but he miscued there.
Yeah, never miscued. Normally the cue ball goes offline, but he not only hit it, got it safe. He was disappointed with that. He was trying to get that cue ball to run past the brown, but at least he's got the red safe.
Sure.
Caught it a little bit too thick. He'll be lucky to get away with this. I think, well, I'm looking at Steve's body language, and we're having a look at it, and you're having a look at it now, and What does that look tell you? Does it tell you that this red will cut back? Or has the blue just come to the rescue for John Higgins? The blue just come to the rescue. And he's not played it well. He needs that brown to come to his rescue. Well, that could be
Steve
costly
Davis 4,
because
free ball.
he's gone off, and of course it's a free ball. And just to explain the free ball rule, whatever colour he nominates, that will count as a red, then a colour to follow, and then of course he'll be able to play the red that's near the pink. Just looking, I'm just wondering, Dennis, is there any mileage in potting the brown and trying to cannon bring the green into play? And if you don't get the cannon right, then you can play a snooker behind the yellow.
Yeah, pretty good call, John, but it's the one he's playing, but coming up a bit short here. In fact, I don't know whether you got a bad contact. The only way he can get onto the last red is from the brown again, and he'll need the rest.
He's tapping the cushion. We keep seeing the players complain about him bouncing, and that was an unbounce. Anyway, he needs this brown because he's going to be on the red, so he needs to get it. And he's got it. Underhit it slightly, but it's not too bad. A couple of times he was just short of pace and he was pointing at the cushion, but maybe he just quitted on the shot and he's just not getting that movement in the cue ball. Because once again he's short. He's looking at the pink. I don't know exactly where he is on the blue. I don't think the referee's called touching ball. And if he hasn't, can't he just play a little snooker behind the blue? Well, it's not touching, as we can see.
Not a bad choice.
Steve Davis 6.
Well, I think the pink was just too risky, wasn't it? And there's just 6 points in it now. John Higgins in front. And we know how valuable or invaluable these snookers can be at the end of a frame with the misrule as it is. And if he's covered the one cushion escape, then this is going to be difficult to hit. And the fact he's coming down this end, Dennis, tells me that he has covered the one cushion.
That's the sort of angle he's looking to get. Somewhere near the line would get him to the yellow, but he'd have to be very precise, especially with the spider.
Foul. And a miss.
It's a pretty good effort, so he may try this one again. Because when you're striking down on the ball with the spider like that, it's so easy to get a little touch aside on it. He's now looking at the other side of the table, which he can do. He can change his mind. So can he judge it down the other side of the table? He's hit it direct. Good shot. Well played. Round of applause for the old curtain going up into the gods of the Crucible. That's just far enough past the middle pocket to prevent Steve from cutting it in.
Mistake from Steve, that was, under-hit it. The question is, can John pot this yellow and get position on the green? Can he hold it near this cue ball near the baulk cushion? No, he couldn't. So
Two.
he just made sure of the yellow, and now it's all about the green. And the way the balls are situated, Dennis, you'd have to say, no matter what the scoreline is, whoever pots the green should win the frame.
Yeah, it's what we call a green ball fight.
John Higgins, 2.
Advantage John Higgins because there's no gap between brown and the blue, and there's enough room to go around the back of the green if he comes off a side cushion. He's worried about slipping around the back of this green here. Oh, he's missed it the other side now.
Foul.
Is the white going to go in the pocket? It is. That could be the end of this frame. That was a little bit careless. That was the last thing that he thought would happen.
Yeah, I've seen it. Okay.
Didn't quite get enough side on it. The middle pocket was in the way, but he knew that it was going close. Look, he's standing with his arms folded. He knew that was in, John, didn't he?
Yes, and it was going to be a costly mistake. I think it's certain now to cost him this fourth frame. Mid-session interval. And it's going to be all square at 2 apiece. And I think a fair scoreline. You might say that Steve Davis has played slightly the better, but John Higgins has just taken the chances that he's had, and he's not had as many as Steve.
Always nice if you can win a long frame, and this one is coming up to 45 minutes.
12.
And while there was every chance that Steve could have gone to the mid-session interval 3-1 in front. But as it is,
John Higgins,
we're all square. Both players seem to be queuing well, and we go off to the mid-session interval, 2 frames each.
Steve Davis is the better of the exchanges. But it's 2 apiece. He just flipped it round. It's made it a good safety shot now, or maybe he can just get past the blue to the red that's on the left-hand side of the table as we look. Well, he can't. He's snookered on all balls. Well, I don't think that was the red he intended to hit. He wanted to come off that main bunch of reds, but he's hit this red, but he's knocked it on. Now, can Steve find a path for the cue ball? There's a possibility he could play for the pink in the opposite middle here, if he plays it slowly enough. But no, he's decided to play with a lot of check and go back up for the blue.
1.
And he couldn't have played it much better. That was an excellent shot. Beautiful keep hole control there. And a nice angle on the blue.
Yes, that's dropped nicely on the red. That's just this side of the pink.
6.
The black's also available into one corner pocket, so it's not a bad chance for Steve Davis. Struck that one
7.
very nicely. Now, can he get on one of these reds that's either side of the black? Or can he go into the bunch? Yeah, I think he'll play for the individual red.
Yeah, it's the red to the left of the black he'd like to be on. We don't want to flick the pink. Has that ruined his position? Well, no, he's all right. And he's on the red to the left of the black. The reason
12.
that this was key to remove this red, it now makes the black available, it appears, into both corner pockets. And that's when you can start thinking about making frame-winning contributions.
13.
Inch perfect on the blue.
$18.
Well, there's this implement. We were all given one. Oh, how long ago was we given one of these?
Years and years ago, I tell you what, Steve Davis, he never lets go of anything.
Always has it in his waistcoat pocket.
Yeah, it's amazing the ideas people come up with.
19.
There's one fella designed a little bridge that you could put on your nose, and it would raise your glasses up above your eyes so that you could play with your just normal glasses.
Now, a lot depends
26.
on the angle on this red, because if he's not the perfect angle, and he doesn't appear to be, he's got to play this with a little bit of pace, and the more pace, the more chance of missing the pot. Played it well.
27.
No problem whatsoever. That's the thing that's impressed me this evening. He's cut out these unforced errors.
That definitely is a big difference, John. And he's got a little swagger about him around the Crucible. He's got the whole arena to himself at the moment, and John's having to sit and watch a little bit of, it has to be said, a little bit of vintage Steve Davis here.
$34. Okay. 35.
And the fact that he's got off to a good start is sort of helping his concentration as well. He definitely looks more confident than I have seen him for quite some time. Can he keep it going?
Obviously, there's a red on to the left middle.
42.
don't think he has to do a lot with the cue ball to be either on pink or black. No. Oh, hello. Hello.
43.
And I'll tell you what, John, he hasn't batted an eyelid. This is a little bit like the old Steve Davis. He's got a fluke there, and he hasn't even acknowledged the fluke. He's just got round and got down on the black, so he is pretty focused. It was a bad miss, though, but he's got away with it.
Well, does this red go to the left middle?
50.
Obviously it does. A bit close to the cushion.
He obviously feels the in-off's not on. If he rolls this in, he's going to get himself on the black. He knows the angles so well. That was just a fraction away from being an in-off shot, but he knew straight away that he wasn't going in-off.
Yeah, it's quite a funny thing, that, wasn't it, when he played the red in the middle and fluked in the top and didn't apologise.
58.
You don't have to apologise, of course. It's not in the rules, because we see flukes happen all the time. This was it. One in a million, that. But as you say, never batted an eyelid.
59.
And this is quite key, the next shot, because the reds are all covering each other. There's only the one that's near the cushion and to the right of the black, so if this works out, be a frame winner. He's played for the single red. First of all, he may be hampered now. He refused to play the little cannon. He could have come up past the pink and just nudged the reds gently.
Yeah, I don't blame him playing for this. I always felt with that type of shot, if you play it a little bit harder, you can use the cushion as the sort of target just to bounce off it.
Well, just look at the scoreboard. He's played the right shot because he only needed this red and the black, so there was no need to try and cannon the reds. And it's there. He only needs this black now.
How will he risk the cannon? Only needing the black. Pots the black, there's 72 points in front with only 67 left. Is he going to play the cannon or just pot the black? Just pot the black and make certain of the frame.
72.
So that fluke proving to be very useful. He's still got to be careful though, but barring snookers, it's another great frame for Steve Davis.
Yes, and it is 2 snookers that's required, and I think he may have seen a plant here. It's got to be made. It's not quite set for the pocket. No, it wasn't quite set, but John Higgins needs a couple of snookers. Steve Davis has got one. So, book for 2 snookers. Steve Davis is 3-2 in front.
He's just doing a little bit of reckoning up there, working out how many snookers John needs. As JV said, it's 2.
That was a nice pot. And these reds are lined up like soldiers in the middle of the table. So he'll take these reds with colours, maybe leave one red on at the end, so a chance of potting the red and getting a free ball. Black spot not available. Is this black going to be available when it's put on the pink spot?
8.
Well, if it isn't in the corner, it certainly will go to the right middle. He's not out of this frame just yet, John Higgins.
Nine.
Yeah, it's just okay. The pink is available. But that red that's... I was going to say it would have been a good red to leave the one that's closest to the black there, but...
15.
He's going to remove that.
16.
I suppose if he'd have played for the red on the black spot, then the black would have gone on the black spot. And so he was thinking clear. But he still needs 2 snookers.
23.
As I say, you would think he'd try and get it off the last remaining red after this red and the colour.
24.
I find a good spot here, and I don't know if he can get the white up behind the blue and brown. Let's see where he puts the cue ball. Oh, he's missed the black. He's took his eye off the pot.
John Higgins, 24, frame conceded.
And he just throws the balls on the table. Just a little lapse in concentration, but it was going to be a tall order. Steve Davis, with the aid of that 72 break, goes into the lead. It's 3-2 to the Nugget.
Thank you, frame 6. Steve Davis to break.
Well, he's left the red here to the right corner of Steve, and it was a similar type of red that he left in another frame before the interval, and John Higgins refused it. He won't be refusing this one, I'm sure. He's usually so good on this type of shot. But they're not going in just yet in this match. %, to Steve's 60%. You would expect that, really. Although Steve has knocked a few decent ones in. Could have done with being a little bit further up the table, but there's a couple of reds that's available to him, the right side of the table. Just screws back a touch. But these are testers. This type of shot always
6.
gives your cue action a little bit of a test. See how smoothly you're cueing. That's pretty smooth.
7.
And now if he gets it, he only needs a little nudge on the middle red here and he'd be absolutely perfect. Doesn't want to nudge it into the bunch. He just needs to just touch it, really. Well, he has pushed it into the bunch. Maybe couldn't avoid that.
14.
And over
15.
these 3 sessions, John, once you get to 4 frames, you know, you've got that little feeling, I can't be behind. You know, that's always good for the confidence. 8 frames to be played.
Yes, 2 sessions of 8, and then the remaining 9 if they have to be played.
22.
Make up the best of 25 frames in these second round matches.
23.
And, well, this is a pleasure to watch, really. I've got to say that. And he really looks to be enjoying every minute of it. When we did the pulse vault early on, and well, the public seemed to be split as to who was going to win it. The bookies weren't, because at the start of this match, John Higgins was 1-16 on.
Yeah, I'm not really into
29.
the betting, but just for those that are a little bit like myself, you'd have to put £16 on to win 1.
Yeah, and I suppose big punters could put 16,000 on to win 1,000, or 32,000 on to win 2,000. It doesn't look like much of a bet to me.
If somebody's done that, they'll be a little bit worried at the moment. And that's come up a little bit short, although it may work to his
34.
advantage because he's pretty comfortable with the rest, and he might nudge another into play here. Just depends on the angle. He's let the white go away from
35.
Just caught the second red a little bit too thick, didn't he? And then it was always going to run towards the black. But he got the pots, and if you get the pots, you get the next shot.
Good point, Jeffy. Never realised that before.
I'll keep you thinking, Dennis. It's a little rhyme, isn't it? If you get the pots, you get the next shot.
Green ball. Steve Davis, 35.
Well, he'd be disappointed that that cue ball wasn't tight against the baulk cushion. Well, that's not a good shot from John Higgins. Okay, I know he was intent on getting the black into play, which he's done, but he's only reached the baulk line, not the baulk cushion. Makes this safety shot easy for Steve. Just didn't catch it full enough. Was trying to get that cue ball behind the green.
That really has opened them up. Just having a quick look to see if there's a pot he can take on, play a shot to nothing, but it doesn't look as if there is.
Well, there's a red. Not the one immediately below the pink, because he can't get to that one, but the other one, I think he can just hit enough of that to possibly pot it. But if not pot it, get the cue ball back to the baulk end. It's a second red just below the pink. Well, he's playing another one. Well, this is dangerous, this, for me. He better pot this, because I don't think you see him getting safe off it. Well, I can't believe he played that red.
He must have worked out, John, that if he gets near the pot, he might find the gap, but he hit it too thick, and then that was it was always going to stay up here, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, you know, we sit in this commentary box quite a bit, Dennis, and we get to know the angles and the lines from where we're sitting, and I couldn't see that being the right shot at all.
One.
Yeah, I mentioned I couldn't see a way back to the safety zone for Steve there, but he must have thought he could have potted it and got back. But anyway, that's history now, and not an easy chance yet with the pink and black tied up, but that can change shortly. Depends on the angle he has here. Well, you see the pink goes, so he's okay.
7.
We know that the pink's available to him in the right corner. This time he's played on the blue because of the situation of that other red. So it is a good chance. Steve
12.
Davis has made very few mistakes, especially in the tactical department, but that was one there.
$13.
Always as a reserve, he's got the red over this left corner pocket, but you like to be on other reds and just leave that there in case of emergency. But being the wrong side of the blue, he may have to play for that red now. But as we say so many times, when a ball is in the jaws of the pocket like this
18.
red, and sometimes it's difficult to judge how the cue ball's going to react once you've potted it.
19.
A little bit short on this pink.
Nice, smooth
25.
curing there. Now, the only problem if he takes the one into the right corner, the pink's not available into the left. There's one blocking the way, so you'll have to play up for the blue off this. But there is a pretty good line to get up for the blue. It's an automatic shot, you would think. That's the shot that's available to him. I think he can play with a little touch aside. That's better than trying to risk getting onto the pink, but now he's coming around and he's going to remove that red that's blocking the pink, so not a bad choice. He'll certainly be playing up for the blue off this one, and if it goes too far, he's always got the yellow and brown.
26. $31.
There's only one red that's near a cushion, and even that's not safe.
32.
He'll probably leave that difficult red to the end. Although having said that, he'd be better off playing for it while the pink's going on to the black spot.
$38.
Be interesting to see how he goes about this, because if he leaves that red to the last, the pink will be on its own spot, because he'll have potted the one that's sitting on the pink spot. He's going to have to play for the one on the pink spot now.
39.
Just means that it's going to be slightly more difficult to get from that last red to the pink.
Absolutely, and you can see on John's face he was disappointed there that he didn't get a better angle on this pink. He didn't want to be playing, as you say, on the red on the pink spot, but he has no option now.
$45.
10 points the lead. So if he takes 2 reds, 2 pinks, that'll put him 24 points in front. So you need the yellow.
46.
He's made sure that he's left enough angle so as he can get out onto the pink. What's the difference? 17. Just the red, pink, and the yellow.
But that was what you were indicating, Dennis.
John Higgins.
The
52.
problem was that they look easy enough, but when you have to play them with pace, they've got to be so accurate. He's not left it, but Steve will just be glad to be still in this frame. I think he caught that a little bit thinner than intended. And if he's got the snooker behind the pink, he's been fortunate, but I don't think he has. Now, clearly get through to the red. Now, good safety shot, could swing this frame one way or the other.
Can't see it direct. Just a little touch of side. You can see him just playing it with left hand side just to bend it round the black. Oh, is he going to go past the middle pocket? What a chance this is. I don't think the yellow has come to his rescue. You can clearly see it. Oh, this would be a steal.
One.
Well, what a chance he's got now. And he doesn't need the black. And he's left himself a slight angle on the yellow so he can get closer to the green. Just makes the pot on the green that little bit easier. 11 points behind, up to and including the pink required.
Yep.
Well, he come a little bit straighter than I thought, but he's got a nice angle on the green, Dennis. He doesn't have to play it with any undue pace.
Yeah, you got a slight heavy contact there, and but it's a natural angle. If the green goes in, he'll be perfectly on the brown.
Well, I can't believe he didn't roll it in. And he underhit it, so there's a little bit of tension in the arm, but he's finished perfect on the brown. And he's in perfect on the blue.
John Higgins has missed a trick. He missed that final red along the cushion, and Steve Davis is taking full advantage.
20.
He kept so still on the shot. He's still down there. Steve Davis has pinched that frame. It was only a 26 break, but it takes him into the lead. 4-2 to Steve Davis.
Thank you, frame 7. John Higgins to break. Quietly, please.
Steve Davis just having a look at the cluster here. He's got a clear path to the main bunch of reds below the pink, but I think his game plan all evening is not really to play the what we call the attacking safety, play a thick safety and open up the reds. He wants to keep this game tight and in a way frustrate John Higgins, get him playing his game. Hit that pretty well. Okay, he's not got a good length with the cue ball, but as I say, keeping it tight.
And John Higgins there just acknowledging that good safety shot, tapping the table. He had to go at the pot there, Steve, but he was making sure he got a good cue ball.
Well, that was a terrific pot, but he'll need another one on the blue to keep this going. Fine shot.
John Higgins, 1. Foul. Gonna miss. John Higgins, 4. Yeah, John.
Just wondering if he can take this pot on and find the gap through the reds. I'm not sure. No, he's just playing a safety shot, but he can find the gap for the safety shot.
Super shot. Absolutely top draw, that safety. Little tap on the tail from John Higgins. He had to hit that absolutely inch perfect. It's certainly a battle of wits, this frame, isn't it, Dennis?
Well, has he got away with it? Has he covered everything? I think he may have. You can tell by Steve's face there that John has had a result there. Once he hit the red near the corner pocket, it looked almost certain he was going to put Steve right in amongst them. So a little bit of good fortune for the wizard from Wisher. Have a look at this. Misjudged it. Coming over in amongst all the reds.
Sweet bread, but hiccups.
He'd like to nestle on the red that's near the right corner pocket, but I think the red on the right side cushion's preventing that. It's right in the line of his escape to just land on that and leave everything safe.
Yes, it's a problem, isn't it? It's all about fractions, this game, and that cue ball, if it had stopped an inch shorter of the brown, it would give him a fairly comfortable safety shot off the red on the right-hand side of the table, but he obviously can't get through to that.
Yeah, I just mentioned that that's the line he would need to take to hit the red, but he would hit the other red, and that's the reason it's not available to him.
He'll do very well not to leave a pot on here. In fact, he'll be something of an achievement if he doesn't leave something on for John Higgins. I can't see a safety place for the cue ball, not the way the snooker's situated. Well, he tries to get it into the jaws, but this red is on to the left corner, and if he can cannon the red just above it, it'd be on the black. But I think the priority for John is just to make certain he pots this red. Bit of pressure on it. There's a bit of pressure on it. Well, surely he's not got away with that, has he? No, I think this red will pass the black into the right corner. He was a long way away with that, Dennis.
Very, very edgy from John there. Steve Davis will be picking up on those misses. He knows that John's under the cosh a little bit, and He's going to try and take full advantage. It's not an easy chance because of the way the reds are all covering each other there, but he could soon get in amongst them here when he pots the brown.
Well, let's put it this way. John Higgins is certainly not stamping his authority on this match so far, is he? It's Steve Davis who's looked the better player this evening, I have to say it.
And he can get on the black here. It looks to be a perfect angle just to drop this in. I think he can find the gap. Just a little touch aside will get him through the gap.
6. Sure. The black. Yeah. There you go.
Played that nice.
13.
I was watching him practice, you know, before he played his first round match, and he was hitting the ball lovely. He was smooth as silk and not hitting at the ball, just pushing the cue through lovely. And then against
14.
Mark King, there was times in the match where he got back to his old thing of just missing blacks off the spots and everything, but I think his confidence is rising.
Well, towards the end of that match with Mark King, he looked pretty solid.
Well, if he's got a slight angle, he can just cannon the red. Oh, he's perfect. Just cannon the red just to the left of the one he's playing. And that was always going to lead him nicely on the black. Take nothing for granted in these situations, and I'm certain Steve won't, but what a chance now to take a 3-frame advantage.
Were there any odds on Steve winning this session, John? I don't know.
I didn't go into that much, but I would suggest if John Higgins was a 1 to 16 on chance to win the match, I think Steve would have been a big prize to win this session. But he's certainly favourite to do it now. If he wins this, no matter what happens in the last, he'll be guaranteed a 2-frame advantage going into the second session. This has been a
36.
marvellous performance from Steve.
$37.
He'll play the pink this time. A little bit of a groan and asking for the cue ball to be clean, but I think the pink was the ball he played for. And there's plenty of loose reds to go at.
$43.
Certainly rolling back the years at the moment, Dennis.
Who sang that, John? Eh? Mick Hucknall, Simply Red.
$44.
No, just looked at Steve's face. He wanted an angle on this black. Maybe come a bit straight. Can he force it over for one of those two? No, he can't. He was too straight. He's managed it okay. It's not perfect. It's not inch perfect,
51.
this. Could have done with that cue ball travelling a little bit further. He's got a choice of reds to the right middle. He'd have liked to have been straight on the one closest to the right centre. Just a couple of good positional shots away from clinching this frame.
52.
Absolutely perfect. Played with the utmost of confidence. He's just a few more pots away from taking another frame and a 5-2 advantage, and there's still one more frame to be played.
57.
Might have to get that little implement out again that he puts on the end of the wrist.
So the black and one more red
58.
for a 5-2 lead. Who would have thought this? Certainly not John Higgins.
Well, having said that, John, 48% of the voters thought that the
65
beat John Higgins. Amazing.
I know. We're going to have to ask him about every decision. Who's going to win what matches? I think they're the good judge. What is it? Ask the audience. Yes, to be fair, I don't think they said he would. They said he could.
72.
He was capable, and that's fair comment. If he plays his best, he's capable of beating anybody.
73.
Well, Steve Davis, believe it or not, hasn't
80.
made a century break this season. He only made 3 last season. Oh, that
81.
wobbled a touch. He's made 44 centuries here at the Crucible in his illustrious career. Oh, he's wobbling them in. He's wobbling his way to a century.
He is,
88.
isn't he? Is he trying to widen the pockets for the next frame?
'89.
I think it was just a little bit of lack of concentration, wasn't he? He knows the frame's won. He's probably thinking about the last frame of this evening's session. But it'd be nice to see a ton, and I'm certain this packed audience would love to see it. The reception they gave him when he came in, so if you can pot a red and a colour here, just wait for the Crucible roar.
97.
Well, just the easiest of blues for his 45th century at the Crucible and his first of this season.
Brilliant. Very, very well played.
102.
He just left himself hampered, but it didn't matter. Steve Davis, a revelation. He now goes 3 frames ahead of the reigning world champion John Higgins as he leads by 5 frames to 2.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Final frame of this session. Steve Davis to break.
So off we go then with the final frame of this session. And who would have thought it? The 6 times former world champion, Steve Davis, leading the current world champion, John Higgins, 5-2. John would like to take this frame. He doesn't want to go 6-2 behind.
Once again, you see the difference in the type of safety shot. John always prepared to play the thick safety to open the reds up. But he just doesn't seem to be able to get in and create the chances that Steve's been doing. And mainly that's because Steve Davis's safety play has been top draw, really.
It's funny, as you said, John Higgins tried to open the frame up a bit in that last shot. All of a sudden the pink's gone safe and the black's tied up.
Blue.
Has he got an angle? He's got a choice here. He could try and
6.
develop the pink, or he could play to get on the blue and then go crashing into the reds, and that might free the black. I think the blue might be better rather than risk cannoning the pink. And that's what he's done.
7.
And if this works out, he could quite easily develop quite a few of the reds and spring that black into a potable position. Let's see what happens.
Sure.
Meanwhile, he's spotted something on the cue ball that's just in his line of sight. He's just making sure that there's no possible plant on, because you don't want to crash into the reds. And he thinks there may be a plant on, which will... You see the way he's cueing there. If he hits that red hard, he might make a 3-ball plant. It's not a direct plant, but what he was worried about was the red going in off the black or the other red. So let's see how he plays it now. He's still going to risk it by the looks of it. He's freed the black, and he's played it very well. That was a very good shot. And it could pave the way in this final frame.
12.
He could do with knocking in a sizable break, possibly even a frame-winning break.
$13.
Wow.
John Higgins, 13.
You don't see John Higgins miss shots like that too often. Steve Davis is getting to him in this first session. There's 3 sessions, so there's time to recover in a best of 25, but this has been an average performance from John Higgins, it has to be said.
1.
And a terrific performance, it also has to be said, by Steve Davis. And that is inch perfect once again on the blue. His cue ball control has been top class.
There's the putt success rate. He's up at 95%, but look where John is, 83%. John Higgins was nervous before his first round match with Barry Hawkins. His father John was telling me that, but I thought he would settle down. when he got into the second round. Mind you, what has Steve done here? What has he done with that? That is a bit of tension. He knows the importance of this frame, and he just really, the adrenaline kicked in there. You could see the action he got on it. He was playing for the red on the black spot. It just shows you the importance of this frame. But yeah, I thought John Higgins was going to settle down when we got to the best of 25. But he has looked edgy here this evening in this session.
One of the few unforced errors that Steve has made. Let's have a look at it again. Dear me, how far has he overhit that? As you say, Dennis, he was just trying to... Well, Hawkeye's showing you where he wanted to be. The black was available into the right corner. What a chance he's missed there. And I think he's just taking his time thinking about it, trying to work out how the cue just... Well, his cue arm just deserted him.
Yep. As I mentioned, a bit of adrenaline and you just overdo it.
And this is the first session of the 3 sessions, so... Keep your eyes glued to this one, folks. This could be a thriller as it builds up in the tension.
Yes, we had the thriller in Manila. This could be the cracker in the Crucible.
Steve Davis, 6.
Okay, Dennis, I'll let you away with that one. I think the thriller in Manila rhymed a bit better than the cracker in the... Yeah.
John's going to wander around the table to see if he can get on the black, but he's got the yellow over the corner pocket, so it might be worth trying to see if he could get himself onto the black, because if he doesn't, he's got the yellow. We know the black will go in the pocket, but there's a few reds in the way that will cover it if he doesn't get this absolutely spot on. He's struggling at the moment. I think he'll be glad to get this session out of the way. This second round match played over 3 days. Of course, the red now up the other end of the table. It's causing a problem.
Well, he can clearly get through to this red. And then it goes. So another chance. He had a terrific chance when he overrun his position on the blue a few visits ago, as we just touch on the 3-hour mark. It's been enthralling though, hasn't it? Obviously this red will pass the yellow.
Six. Seven.
Is that nice?
Sure.
Probably the green will offer him the best position. I think there's a red at the top of that cluster. Will go to the left corner. The brown would be a little bit too straight, so the green's the ball. It's all about the pace, really.
Yeah, he's got to keep over the right side of the table because they look to be all covering each other into the right corner. As long as he stays over this side of the table, he's okay. But when he pots this, it's going to release a red for the right corner.
10.
A little puff of the cheeks there. He's trying
11.
so hard to keep still in the shot, but once again, maybe that little bit of adrenaline, he's just overscrewed that slightly.
Well, we've been watching this game this evening, and Steve Davis has played really well. Anything you can spot in John Higgins that has put him in this position?
Just hasn't been consistent this evening. John and Steve's played so well. John's highest break of 60 in the second frame. He made a break of 52
16.
in the sixth frame, but he lost that. As I say, we're in the eighth frame, and Steve Davis
17.
was up in the, was it 94%? His pot success rate was at one stage. Might even have gone up again. Yeah, it's up another 1%.
95, yeah. I suppose that's the telling stat, isn't it? 81% John Higgins. Because if we look at the safety success, amazingly enough, John Higgins is winning that battle. He's 86% and Steve's at 82%. So, yes, I suppose it just purely and simply comes down that when Steve's had his chances, he's taken them. John Higgins hasn't.
Dead straight on the blue, so having to leave himself a little bit further away
22.
from the reds. Well, this will be another little tester for Steve. He's coped very well with this type of shot this evening, but we have seen him in the recent past where he's missed quite a few of these.
Yeah, the one thing he wants to do with this is just concentrate on the pot. Worst way will be on the yellow. Solid as a rock. Really, really solid play this from Steve Davis. Right in the heart of the pocket.
Yeah, that's a telling point because, well, when you used to play, John, you knew you were playing really well when the ball was going right in the center of the pocket. Other times it's just going in off the near jaw or the far jaw. But when they're going right in the center of the pocket, you know you're cueing well. That's Okay, the one to the right, he's dropped on that. He didn't want to risk having to
28.
play a cannon there. Look at the total points scored. Steve Davis is double what John Higgins has scored. And if you look at both players' faces, you'd have to say Steve Davis is the much more comfortable and the much more relaxed. He's enjoyed this session. John hasn't, so he's got a lot to think about overnight, even if he does get a chance to get back into this final frame of this session. But if he can hold himself together here, Steve Davis, he's got a 4-frame advantage. And he's played that beautifully.
29.
Yes, that was the shot to play. And that's the other thing that's impressed me this evening. Apart from an odd occasion, he's always played the right shot, even if it was a little bit risky. And sometimes we accuse him of, just over the last few years, getting a little bit negative. But nothing negative about his game tonight. And this is as well as I think he's played at the Crucible for many, many years. Let's be fair about that.
Well, no distraction, everybody watching the one table. That helps you. Oh.
37.
He always had the yellow as a bit of insurance. He was hoping to be on the black there, but now that one didn't go in the heart of the pocket. That went in off the angle. Not easy to get these back up the table. So easy to stun it. He's played it well, though. He's played it very well.
39.
Just sort of sense the air of disbelief in many ways with the audience tonight. And you had, they were rooting for him when he came out, but boy, has he fulfilled their expectations. He certainly gives them something to cheer about. And he pots this black, and he's only looking for a red and a colour to go in overnight with a 4-frame lead. Who would have thought that?
There you see it, 40 points, so
47.
anything above the yellow off this last red, and John will need a snooker, just making absolutely sure. John knows that it's going to be 6-2. Of course, it is 3 sessions, and if you can lose a session 6-2, you can win a session 6-2. He's going to have to do that tomorrow.
Oh yes, there's a long way to go in this match yet, but fair play to Steve. What a start he's made. A really true professional performance this has been in every aspect of the game.
Tried to just nudge the red, but caught the black.
53.
46, 43 remaining, so he won't do anything careless here. Only 1 snooker needed. Don't think it's a plant.
Steve Davis, 53.
Absolutely superb from the 6 times former world champion. And barring snookers, he's going to take a 6-2 lead against the defending champion. Not quite over the line just yet in this last frame of this session.
Yeah, I think John's race has been run this evening, I think. And if this red goes in, it'll be good night.
Could take a red and the black here. And looking at that last red, if he gets it in such a way, gets a cue ball behind, he could roll tight in behind the pink. So there's a little bit of snooker left in this frame.
1.
Yes, I should imagine Steve would be very disappointed. He had a chance of that red. I mean, OK, it wasn't easy, but he never even threatened the pocket, did he? And he knows just one snooker required. And someone like John Higgins, that could be done, but he's not perfect to play the snooker behind the pink now.
8.
Yeah, he wanted to be a bit further to the right, and it would have been a good snooker had he been able to roll tight in behind the pink, but well, Steve's putting himself through the mill again in a last frame. He did this with Mark King. He thought he was over the line. Mark only needed one snooker in the deciding frame and nearly pulled it off.
John Higgins, 8.
This not quite as crucial because there's 3 sessions to be played, but
Yeah, but even so, I mean, if Steve was to lose his frame, it'd hurt, wouldn't it? It's a big difference between a 4-frame and a 2-frame advantage.
well, he should have maybe attempted the pot, because there's a great chance to get up behind the pink this time. He'll send the red up towards the black, and if he gets tight in behind the pink, Steve decided not to have a go at the pot, played a safety there, and it's gone wrong. Oh, he's got a kick, I think. He's got a kick because Steve will be able to just bend this around the pink. Oh, another chance for John to lay a snooker. I mean, the balls are pretty well placed for that snooker that he needs, but he missed a trick there, getting up tight behind the pink. And let's see if he can judge this one a little bit better. Not quite. Steve will be attempting to put John in the snooker here.
Yeah, it's just not. It just doesn't seem to be. It's in the ball, sweet John Higgins. I know it's been a long, hard night, and he's not really had the best of it. But he usually sets such a high standard for himself. He's been disappointing.
I can have a go at this if he wishes, but he refused an attempt at the pot previously just to play a good safety shot. Might do the same again here.
Well, surely not, Dennis. If he pots this, it's frame over. Well, I can't believe that. Oh, well, he's flicked the black as he got the snooker. Well, he has. So, maybe the right choice. But the way the balls are, you know, I just thought if he knocks the red in, he gets rid of all that anxiety. He may be wishing he'd have played the pot now. You've got a chance of potting a ball to win a frame. I don't know why you can, how or why you can refuse it.
He was being a bit ultra careful there with Steve. Because he has potted a high percentage of that particular type of shot that he turned down when trying to get the snooker behind the black. And this, to me, looks as if he's having to put quite a bit of side on it to straighten this up. This could go wrong. As soon as you're playing with side, it's difficult to... It doesn't look as if he's doing there, but... Look at this situation. John Higgins can pot the red, he can pot the black. Look where the yellow and green have finished. Oh, Steve knows that he could be in big trouble in a couple of shots' time.
1.
Now, if he can get up the other side of the yellow, anywhere up near that other cue ball, what a snooker he could lay. A little bit harder would have been perfect, but he's still okay. He can get tight in behind
8.
the green. It's just slightly more difficult to judge it when you're near the cushion. And look where he's put the yellow close to the black. There's a lot of snooker left in this final frame of this session.
Yes, but all Steve has got to do is try and pick out the spot on the cushion where the yellow hit. And he should have been watching for that.
Yeah, he was expecting to get tight in behind the green, and then this escape wouldn't have been available. And it would have been a tough one then, John.
And there's plenty of room around this yellow, obviously, but if you can just find the part of the cushion that the yellow hit, he should hit this. No side needed. Where's the cue ball going? His heart must have skipped a beat there.
Another good effort. He's got him again. And there is plenty of room right at the back of the yellow. There's no escape off the back cushion here. He's going to have to come off 2 cushions, side cushion, top cushion. He's missed it.
Foul. John Higgins 4.
I'll tell you what, he's had a little bit of a result. The fact that the white has wobbled and gone on the cushion, John.
Absolutely. If it goes in the pocket, John Higgins can put the cue ball in the D, and this pink would have... Oh, sorry, this yellow would have been possible. The pink's obviously a problem ball in his attempt to clear up now, but he can win. 26 points behind, 27 on. Where's the cue ball going? Where's it going? He needs a snooker again.
Steve Davis 4.
Well, he had the opportunity, you know, of putting Steve back in again there after that foul shot, but he was frightened that Steve might knock the yellow in.
Well, absolutely, and he couldn't have put him back in, Dennis. But that's unlucky to going off, but he missed the pot by a long way. That should clinch it. 2.
Well, John did have his chance. Steve's had to win this last frame of the session twice, virtually. 32, the difference. 2 snookers required. Will he try and get in behind the pink here?
Steve Davis 2.
So barring a couple of snookers, Steve Davis will have a 4-frame advantage.
So there we see it, 32 behind, 25 remaining. Just doesn't want to leave this green on too often because every possibility that John Higgins could pot the green and brown. Well, thinking about it, wouldn't make a lot of difference, still 2 snookers required.
Yeah, I know what you were thinking there, John, but yeah, he might only needed 1 to tie, but
no, it's no matter what he does, he'll need 2 snookers. Well, there's a chance to pot the green.
Bit close to the pink there. That's a bit of a distraction. But look at that. He's still down in the shot. He's done that so often this evening, where he's stayed on the shot until the ball goes in the pocket. He's cued superbly well. Very few mistakes this evening. I think John Higgins will come forward to save the hands of the 6-time former world champion. Can you believe it? He leads the current world champion, John Higgins, by 6 frames to 2.
I suppose even a 4-all, he's still in the match, but wouldn't like to be 4 frames down going into the final session. So must-win session here for John Higgins, but he's up against a man who's truly inspired in Steve Davis. Speaking to Steve Davis, sorry John, I was just saying, speaking to Steve Davis yesterday, he was really looking forward to this match and pitting his wits against possibly the best safety player in the world at the moment, John Higgins.
Well, terrific opening pot from John and played it nicely, finished nicely on the brown. Yes, I think that first round match, as you alluded to when we did that little interview with John Parrott, gave him a lot of confidence, that victory over Mark King. And I felt that he came into this match with a sort of slightly different mindset.
5.
John's just overrun that betwixt and between. Sure, he played for the red that's just to the right of the black, but he's overrun it slightly. Just to pick up that point, I think against John Higgins, listen, I don't believe in you've got everything to gain and nothing to lose, but it certainly got rid of the shackles as John pulls out a good red. Is he on a colour?
6.
Just about on the yellow. Judge that nicely.
8.
Inch perfect on this red.
9.
Yes, I think this is the key, John. I think Higgins has to make the most of these opportunities, and particularly in one visit, John, isn't it? Because it certainly will help his confidence no end if you could win the frame from certainly this visit.
16.
Well, when everybody looked at the match, you thought that was John's advantage, that he would score heavier than Steve. It's not turned out in the first 8
70.
frames. I just felt that John was just not going through the motions, but I think he was just getting a little bit tentative, and that first session was really played to suit Steve Davis rather than John. He did try to push the boat out in the second
24.
half of that session by playing thick safeties and trying to open up the reds, but Steve kept finding a good safety to force a mistake out of John.
25.
But, as we say, John Higgins didn't play as he can. You'd expect a lot better performance. It's whether or not Steve Davis can keep up the high standard he's shown last evening. Intriguing.
32.
Yes, and he won't be happy with this split. Just didn't get enough screw into the ball just to split some more, and this is difficult. These are very missable. He's got to be careful he doesn't foul the red as well. He's played it well. That's a good shot.
33.
Very good shot. Yes, it's amazing
40.
from the statistics from yesterday. This is actually Steve Davis was doing all the scoring, John. Breaks of 53, 48, 72, 102, and second break of 53. John Higgins only had 2 breaks over 50, a 60 and a 52, so a lot of people will be certainly very surprised with that.
41.
Now we could go into the pack here again, but yes, played it very nicely. It's on this red in the corner. Possibly hold for the pink into
46.
the right middle.
Action. 47. $54. 55.
Now possibly try and just make a little cannon on the pink here. Hold the white and beyond 2 reds into the bottom left-hand corner pocket here. Well, he's just missed the cannon on the pink, but I think he's okay. And this is a good start from John Higgins.
62.
Started off with a good long red.
$63.
Yes, that black puts
70.
the frame beyond doubt. I'm sure he'll be trying to make a century here.
71.
I'm not certain he'll play for this red
77.
into the left corner, but that's all that's left. It's tricky, this, playing into a blind pocket. But nicely
78.
in. And now if he can develop those two reds just below the pink, every chance of that century break. Oh, he didn't play it. Oh, well,
John
he took
Higgins,
his eyes
78.
Well, disappointing, but that's the first frame over and done with. Because it is the first frame, that's why Steve Davis has come to the table. Get a little bit of potting practice.
One.
No way that Steve's thinking of winning this frame. But
7.
if he can clear up and just get his cue arm going, he's been on the practice table most of the morning. Every time I passed it, he was on there.
8.
But it's a different kettle of fish when you come out into the main arena. The lighting's different, and of course the cloth will be playing slightly different than the practice table. So this is where your experience comes in. Let's get a bit of table time.
15.
And also, slow your opponent down. Don't, you know, John Higgins is on the comeback trail. Don't let it happen too quick if you can avoid it.
Yes, it also sends
60.
out a message, John, doesn't it, to John Higgins that, you know, if you miss, this is what I'm going to do as well. So, nothing wrong with this.
$21. $23.
Most of the early frames in this match, Ken, they started off with a bout of safety. And I just felt sometimes that John was just getting a little bit embroiled in the tactical side of it, rather than using his scoring power and his
26.
long potting to put pressure on Steve. I mean, obviously, John Higgins can compete in the tactical side of the game with anybody, but I just felt he was playing Steve at his own game. Might see a different approach from John
30.
Higgins this afternoon.
Do you think he was getting a little frustrated, maybe, in the first session?
Well, I think he was getting a little bit frustrated, and I wouldn't say there was a great run of the ball, but you know what it's like.
35.
Sometimes people play safe, just nudge the brown, goes behind the green. Steve had a couple of them, you know, and one frame, Steve played a red in the middle, fluked it in the top pocket, went on to make 70-odd and win the frame. All little
41.
things that, as a player, as you know, frustrate you. Anyway, Steve Davis took them very nicely, but it was all in vain. John Higgins had already made a 78 break, but it was just showing John Higgins that he's playing well enough, and he still leads by 6 frames to 3.
Thank you. The 10th frame, Steve Davis to break.
Well, Steve Davis was a little bit annoyed with himself with that break. Thought he'd left this red to the bottom right-hand corner, but John has refused it. I think the fact maybe that the cue ball might have been a little bit close to the top cushion. But there's Steve. He had a look at the red from that angle and thought, well, why has he refused that ball? Even he was surprised. Well, that's another poor safety shot from Steve Davis, and I don't think John Higgins will be refusing this time. There's a bit of pressure on this shot. If he leaves the white, tries to get on the black, he'll certainly be leaving the red just to the left of the black, so just depends on which way he plays this shot here. Well, he didn't play it as he would have liked, but he's okay.
Mistake to, well, at any time, if you catch a baulk colour full in the face, leave that cue in, around the baulk line, you're asking for trouble. So, can John Higgins knock this red in? No. And this red is going to be left, I think, unless it runs on a little bit. It's run on, so he's not left the red he played. But there is a chance of a couple of reds that Steve could have a go at. I don't think he can get past the brown. Here's Hawkeye. And if he can't get through to it, nobody can.
Yeah, I think you're right there, John. But he has this red into the bottom left-hand corner pocket. Now, if he leaves the white over the right-hand side of the table, he won't be leaving anything. So he could play this as a shot to nothing, try and put this red into the bottom left-hand corner pocket, stun the white over towards the right middle. He'll certainly be on the blue. I don't think he'll be leaving anything. He's just coming around to see, does this red actually pass the pink? Because if he leaves the white somewhere near that middle pocket, he's just saying, will this red be on for John Higgins? So it's obviously in his mind. Well, it does go through, but I think if he leaves them pretty close to the cushion there, John, it should be okay.
Well, he's certainly given it plenty of time, this shot. I agree with you. If he just stuns over to the right-hand side of the table, I mean, he could even be on the blue. I don't... he's looking high and low for making this the only red he could leave was the one he was playing, and I think that's quite easy to do. It'd be a good pot if he could knock it in. But I think it's reasonably safe.
Yes, I think this red wasn't that close to it, was he? I think this red does pot, but the fact that he's so close to this cushion makes it very, very dangerous. A lot more difficult. It's there. It's a good shot. Very good shot.
It's funny, isn't it, looking from behind the pocket? They didn't look a lot of room, but well, when you hit it right in the heart of the pocket like that, well, you're going to go in and nicely on this red, be looking for a nice angle now on the blue. You'd favour playing for the blue, it gives you options. If you play for the pink and just get the wrong side, then you can be in trouble. So like the first frame, first chance to John Higgins. This is what he was looking for.
Well, you won't see John Higgins play
12.
many worse shots than that in this championship. That is totally out of character. It's in no man's land. I mean, all he had to do was run through off one cushion, side cushion, come down for that red over the bottom right-hand corner pocket. That was a severe miscalculation and judgment. Well, he's flipped the red, but the blue has gone in as well. Look where he's left this red over the right-hand corner pocket.
5.
Well, he started off the first frame, he looked good, and that poor positional shot, I mean, I can't believe he played for that plant. It's unlucky to knock the blue in, but very poor positional shot and a nice easy starter for Steve. Problem is, where does the colour come from?
One.
Yes, a little bit unlucky. Just watch this when he pots the red. It would have almost been on the pink, but for that red just kissing the pink up towards the middle of the table. So just another safety. He's got a big target here behind the green and brown. Okay, this red is over the bottom right-hand corner pocket, but he could possibly leave it in the jaws of this yellow pocket, as we say. That's just about where his cue is now. Could also leave in the middle of that ball cushion.
Steve Davis 1.
I don't think it was the best shot in the world. I think he has left John a possible shot to nothing here. Red that is possibly closest to the pink spot, just below it. Does go into this bottom right hand corner pocket, and it's a natural angle. There you see it. I think if he had left the white in the middle of the ball cushion, he wouldn't have been on this red. Good shot. Those type of shots are bread and butter to this man when he's playing well. Steve Davis may rue that last safety shot he just played there. He's going to be in a lot of trouble after this shot.
John Higgins 1.
Quite a clever shot there from John, pushing that red to the left-hand side cushion. It sort of blocks Steve Davis' path back to the bulk area. Just puts a little bit more pressure on this shot. He has a Possible cut. The open red. But he has to get down on the cue ball. Use a lot of side to avoid that red on the left-hand side cushion.
Well, I'm not quite certain what he played. He's not got away with it. He's left the red to the far left corner. A plant, Ken, do you think? Possibility? So far away.
As the great Willie Thorne would say, answers on a postcard for that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very strange.
And considering the amount of time he took to play it,
A little bit.
so he may have blown this second frame of this session now.
Yep.
Well, would you believe it? Well, that is quite amazing. So the way he started off in the first frame this afternoon, you thought, OK, this is John Higgins back at his best. That will be a shock to the system, missing that one.
I think it'd be a shock to Steve Davis' system. You can't believe how quick he's back to the table. Very strange.
1.
Even the greats miss easy pots. And that's what happens, John, as you well know. When you're under a bit of pressure, anything is possible. Could have played this positional shot a little bit better. This is stunned us in with a lot of power. Good shot.
Eight.
2 rounds. Well, he's getting down pretty quick, so he thinks he's got it. Looks a bit tight, but right behind it. He'd like to
9.
be on the pink. And he's just about on it. He's going to go in and out of baulk, but it's not a problem with this red over the right corner.
Yes, the fact that the green is off its spot makes this a lot easier.
$15. $16.
Nicely played, Cannon, to stay in the pink to the right centre. Still got a couple of reds in open play, but he would love to get on that red just above the black. If it goes into this bottom right hand corner pocket, that would free up the black, so.
$22. 23.
Well, if this red goes, it's to the top, just on top of the black into this right-hand corner. We certainly try and get on this red here. We certainly know from this next shot, it's pretty good.
28.
And there you see it, just about.
29.
That could have been better. Didn't want to hit the black so hard. Still on. Just wanted to miss the black a little bit more, didn't he, John?
Yeah, it was just the potting angle, wasn't it? Straighter on the red, he could have left the black on its own spot, but he wasn't missing many of these. Well, he's missed that one.
Steve Davis, 29.
Just caught the near jaws. He catch the near jaw, they're not dropping. Just watch it. Just caught that near jaw. He's played the double. And at that speed, it needs to go in.
One.
It has done.
Yeah.
That was a bit risky, wasn't it?
It was. And just, I think when he just hit it, he didn't think he had enough pace on it. There was a slight sigh from him, but it just about reached the pocket. Look at that. Now, if he could try and cannon the other red, it's on the top cushion here. Well, he didn't. Obviously, didn't have the angle. That would have been a shot to try and bring that red into play, make it a little bit easier. But he's still okay. He's got a lot of work to do, though. Three balls, three reds on cushions almost.
8.
It'll certainly be very difficult to win the frame from
9.
this visit. He's got to be inch perfect with all his positional shots here.
Yeah, it's a big ask, isn't it, to
16.
win the frame, but I think a lot will depend on the shot. If he can pot this red, get a nice angle on the colour, and drop on that red near the top cushion, then
Just as it is, yeah.
it gives him half a chance.
Yeah, I think if he would have liked this white to be closer to the cushion, so it would have been just a simple stun shot, but now it's a little bit more difficult.
Well, decided that if he
17.
screwed back, he could get the cue ball a little bit further away from the cushion, but he's left himself a tough shot now. Not so much the pot, but getting position on the awkward red. He's deciding on the pink. He's got to cue this well. And could not have cued it better. Superb shot, but I've just looked at John's
23.
body language, a little shake of the head. He must have come too straight on this red. He's 1 point in front. The more pace you put into this, the more chance of missing it. So in the end, just decided
24.
to make certain the red, and now it'll be a roll up behind the black for the snooker.
Black ball. John Higgins, 24.
Again, just as he did in the early part of this frame, when he tried to roll up behind the green, he's overhit it. That's pressure as well. This is an easy escape for Steve. He's got to be careful where the red finishes. Doesn't want that white going in. Has he got the snooker back? I think he has. It's very close.
Thanks.
It just shows you, Ken, doesn't it? If that red, if the cue ball goes in the pocket, then the frame's almost on a plate for John Higgins. It's all about fractions. He can't pot this red. Just going to have to play safe off it. Oh, he's missed it completely.
Steve Davis 4.
How many more twists and turns?
Well, this must have just rolled out. Look at that. And he's lucky, in a way, that the ball didn't go actually into the pocket. There's no point in Steve putting John Higgins back here. He could even take this red on into the yellow pocket. Plays it as a shot to nothing. White down around the black. Try and pot the red off 2 cushions. White down around the black area. And if he misses it, the white should stay around the balk area and the white down behind the black. So you could play it as a shot to nothing here, Steve. It's there. Oh, that was so close. It looked in, didn't it? Oh, very close. As he covered it.
Well, I suggest not, because John Higgins has had a look at the potting angle. Boy, this is thin. It's one of those, it's so thin, if it doesn't go in, it could stay in the jaws of the pocket. But he's potted it. Now, where's that cue ball going to run to? It'll need a bounce off the baulk cushion. Not the most perfect of bounces. Just 1 point behind John Higgins. But first chance on the colours to win this frame. Ooh, well.
John Higgins 1.
He's not at his best. That's obvious.
Well, he's got second prize. Again, Steve, just 1 cushion escape, but he's got to avoid the yellow with the black and the pink here. He's played it well. He's played it very well. Big target behind the brown and green, so may chip the yellow to the side cushion, leave it in the middle of that ball cushion, and white down somewhere behind the pink and black. Is it a 2-tick? Nice.
Well, he's having a look at the potting angle of this. The only problem is, with such a thin potting angle, this cue ball will be coming well away from the green, the next colour on. He tried to drag it in. And what a wonderful shot he's played there. Maybe he thought the green and brown might act as a cover, but that was a brave shot and has set up a great frame-winning chance now. Overhit that. How can he get to it without using the rest? He can't, so just makes it a little bit more awkward.
9.
Still needs the blue and the pink. This blue to go 13 points in front with 13 remaining. But no problem, the blue nicely in and perfect on the pink. He's going to win the first 2 frames. He didn't do this one in style, has to be said.
20.
But he's won it, and that's the most important thing. And you can see the determination on John Higgins' face there as he put his cue down and walks out the arena. Steve Davis follows him. But the world champion has won the first 2 frames and now only trails by 2 at 6-4. And he's left this red. Well, his choice of reds, one to the right corner. You'd favour the one to the left corner because I think he can go round the back of the black and go up for a bought colour off this red on the left-hand side of the table. That's the difference at the moment, Ken. Last night he was knocking most of those in, but at the moment he can't get near the jaws.
Yes, and watching this, and certainly he won't improve his confidence. It was quite a long way away from that pot.
Well, there's OK showing you. It's quite a simple safety shot off the main cluster, but what I've noticed in this match is Steve is a little bit adverse to playing thick safeties and opening all the reds up. I think his game plan is to try and keep it tight, so it wouldn't surprise me if he plays safe off the red that's just to the right of the black. Well, he's playing another red in the middle. You've just got to catch this thin if he's going back to balk. Too thick. But, well, considering he hit it too thick, he's had a pretty good result there because, but for the jaw of the pocket, I don't think this would have been that safe. It just caught the jaw and checked it up a bit. But there is a possibility of a long red now for John Higgins. Beautifully played. Didn't try to do too much with the cue ball. He knew if he tried to play the deep screw to get a good angle on the blue, then made the pot missable. Couldn't have played it better. Just got to avoid the yellow and the brown here when playing this shot. Well, he's not got a good line here. He may be on nothing.
6.
Yes, he seems to be really struggling with the pace of the table, particularly off the ball cushion. There's a couple of errors he's made with positional play.
John Higgins, 6.
Well, quite sure whether those 3 reds just to the left of the pink, the 2 that are in a line, can make a plant into this bottom left-hand corner pocket. Steve hasn't had a look yet. Looks very dangerous, but... Well, there you see it. And Steve, I'm very surprised he hasn't come around to the right-hand side of the table as we look, because... Okay, there's a small gap between them, but... He hasn't even noticed it. Yes, good shot from John Higgins there. Could be clearly heard. It's quite nice to hear that, isn't it, from players, John? Another player said it's a good shot from. It's quite admirable.
Just a bit short of pace, good line. Yeah, it's nice to hear the opponent saying good shot. It's when the player himself says good shot, you know it's not, don't you? You get that. Good shot.
Anybody springs to mind?
You got a pen, piece of paper?
Yeah.
Willie Thorne's favourite line when he played a bad shot was, "You can't believe this, I used to do this for a living."
How's that, John? Yeah.
So he had the line, he just needs to hit it a little bit harder. Oh, and this time he's lost the line completely. Kisses the pink, he may leave a red on.
Steve Davis 6.
Well, that was a misjudgment, and John Higgins was really annoyed at that. He knows how important this session is, and he can't be gifting opportunities to Steve Davis like that. Had the line first time, but nowhere near it that time.
Yeah, and here's his reaction, look. Very disappointed.
1.
Now, Steve. I think it's time to take the bull by the horns here. Okay, you can get on a couple of reds just that are around the black spot, but I think maybe take a chance into the pack, bring the pink into play, and see how your luck is. He's played it well. Has he left anything? Well, that's unlucky.
6.
Okay, he's on a red, but the path to the cue ball very favourable. Here's the shot. He's played it pretty well. You would have to expect to be on something a lot easier than this.
Steve Davis 6.
Well, he was just worried about the little cannon on the pink, try and bring it into play, and concentrated so much on that. Forgot about the red.
One.
Well, the plant was easy enough, but he had the second red. He knew he was running into it and couldn't get the cue ball up as far as the blue, so he's having a look at the potting angle of the blue, but this is far from easy. He'll use the red above the blue as a stopper, but this blue is a tough pot. Well, that's a terrific pot. As I say, he knew he was running into the red above the blue.
6.
Maybe in his mind he thought he may develop it, but that's not worked out. There are other reds he can have a go at. Looks in a more aggressive mood than he was in the first session.
Yeah, he's certainly going to go for it. He's not holding back. He knows he can't break Steve down with a safety. And that's a better shot. Excellent
7.
shot. Yes, he feels he has to go for his shots now. Try and make the game a little bit more open, put a little bit more pressure on Steve when he's in the balls, knowing that if he misses, John isn't.
Well, he just overdone that slightly, but he's still on a choice of reds. It's one of them, really, where the way he's situated on the red, you want to play for the black, but we know that the players are a bit worried about these balls along the top cushion, but he had no option
14.
but to play for the black, and I think he's just got enough angle on the black to make the pot that little bit easier. Oh, it's straight enough. It was a good shot, wasn't it? It had to be so accurate there.
21.
That was an excellent shot. A nice kiss as well to stay on this red.
22.
Slightly heavy contact there, just took a little pace. Bit of the pace out of cue ball, so they have to go into the reds here. Try and hold for the red to the bottom left hand corner pocket. And there you see it.
John Higgins, 22.
Well, I'd be so disappointed he pulled out some good pots there to keep that break going. All right, it was a little low on the black, but you didn't expect him to miss it. But Steve now has got to punish him for those mistakes. So far in the second session, he hasn't been able to do that. Can't reach it with his normal cue, got the small extension out. That wasn't enough. So using the bigger one. Got a natural angle on this red, doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball, but just got to pot it.
One. Three.
Excellent judgment there.
Four.
Yes, you heard the sound. Heavy contact again. You're still okay. We'll see it again. Just slight heavy contact, just taking the pace out of cue ball a little bit. But over on the right hand side of the table, it should be okay for these two reds just below the pink. As he hit it hard enough. A little bit short.
11. $12. $14. 15. 22. $23.
A little bit awkward, this. Didn't want to be straight, he wanted an angle. And be careful trying to force this out.
$31.
Well, he did it, and he judged the screw shot well. He's come inch perfect on the blue. $24 points to lead.
36.
Two of these reds with reasonably high value colours, blue and above, would see him in the snooker's required stage.
Thanks. 37. Go on.
Yes, I think if you can get the cue ball anywhere near that white circle, absolutely perfect for the red into left middle. He seems to have a nice angle on this black that he can just stun right across. You have to force it slightly, but well, it looks a little bit straighter, so that option is not available to him now. And that's pretty good. Wants it to go a little bit further.
44.
Another couple of inches, this would have been perfect. He's 32 points ahead, so as John said, red and blue. Red and brown. Big shot here for Steve, John, in the context of the session and indeed the match.
Yeah, I'm just thinking at the moment red. Because you would have thought the one near his hand would have been the easier one, but more of a pocket to aim at here. And he's knocked it in. He's on the brown. And the brown will put him 37 points in front with only 35 remaining.
$49.
He got to that circle eventually, Ken.
Yes, an excellent positional shot. Just dropped this red in, and that's the frame over. And well done, Steve Davis. This is a very good break after losing the opening 2 frames. This will do his confidence no end of good. Excellent break under pressure.
56. $61. $65. $70.
Well, John Higgins will be very disappointed. He had enough chances in this frame.
76.
Missed an easy black off the spot, which you can't afford to do. And Steve Davis is continuing where he left off last evening. Superb clearance of 83. So, John Higgins winning the first 2 frames hasn't affected Steve Davis. He increases his arrears once again to 3 frames, now leads 7-4.
Score, and it's what happens when you get older. But Steve, for whatever reason for this tournament, is starting to score heavier, and if you know that, there's more pressure on your own pots because somebody behind is going to score often.
The gap back to 3.
Yes, Steve Davis pot success still at 94%. And after 11 frames, that's... Well, I can't think of many people who've had that sort of percentage, pot-wise, Ken.
No, it's an excellent statistic for Steve Davis fans, that's for sure. But as John said, he looks very comfortable around the table, very confident, and it's what's been lacking in his game probably the last few years is his scoring ability, not making the big breaks, and of course winning the frame from one visit. But he seemed to, for some reason, he's got it back in this tournament. And he's certainly put a lot of pressure on John Higgins' game. We've seen him making some very uncharacteristic mistakes. And you can't say that too often about John Higgins. Fascinating TV.
Yeah, you can usually set your watch by John Higgins. He's such a consistent player. But he's still down at 85% pot success. So that tells you he's missing uncharacteristically. In fact, it's a complete reversal of the way you thought the match would go. You would wonder about Steve and unforced errors, and it's John Higgins who's been making them.
It's a funny old game.
It is a funny old game.
Steve Davis looking at a possible 3-ball plant here. Doesn't want the kiss on the brown.
But maybe no damage done. There's 2 reds on the right, but I don't think the right-hand one, John Higgins can see enough of it to pot it in the right corner. So, although catching the brown is usually a sign that you leave an easy chance for your opponent. Well, I said he can't get to this red. He's just had a look. Doesn't look as though he can get enough of the right-hand red of the 2. So playing the more difficult red. Is he playing the pot? I think he is. This is tough. Well. Like the pocket just sucked it in there, wasn't it?
Look at Dyson. Excellent pot. This looked just about perfect.
3.
Still a little bit tricky, of course, because we may be able to play for the pink to the left middle. I don't think the blacks, well, the black certainly won't go in this pocket. So the pink
4
is available.
Measure that, John.
Probably the end of a hassle. I'll have to measure that. I think John Higgins was trying to hold the spot. If he hasn't, Well, he has. And the highest available he knew would take the pink up the table. Highest available is the brown spot. Won't be too bothered about that. Can he get nicely on the blue? Cue ball's going close to the middle, but
11.
He was aware of that, which is why he didn't play it with too much pace. But he didn't get the right side of the blue, so he can't get that close to his next intended red.
Now just a little bit tricky.
16.
Get back on a colour from here. Black obviously doesn't pot. So back up for the blue. He's got to avoid a few reds. Well, he's tried to tie. Oh, well.
17.
That's very, very lucky. Certainly didn't intend that. But what a result. Have a look at this. Just clips the black once, twice. This couldn't be any better.
Yeah, and when you consider he was trying to avoid the kiss on the black, it's amazing what can happen.
24.
Well, I think that was a bad contact.
John Higgins,
saw the ball
24.
jump in the air when he hit it. Watch this. Oh, yes.
Just come and use the bad club.
And I think it was that bad a contact that Jan Verhaas has gone to clean the cue ball. Probably got a bruise on it or something.
Thanks.
That was as bad a contact as you could see.
One.
Found a nice angle on the blue. Not certain about the availability of the black. I don't know whether it goes to the left corner. And if the black does go, this is an excellent opportunity.
6.
We'll soon know. No, I suggest it doesn't go because he's going back up for the blue. If it went, he'd roll the straight one in.
7.
Yeah, straight enough on the blue that he can hold the cue ball.
Well, he could hold a cue ball, but you think it's worth trying to just lay onto that red? It's just on the black spot there. Try and make a little cannon on that red or black. You may not feel it's worth it, but it's a possibility. He's just coming down to have a look now. There are enough loose reds to get another few points on the board, but should he just play a nice cannon?
Yes, it's one of those. If you get it, it's the perfect shot, but if you don't get the cannon just right, you can run out of position and finish on nothing. So played the cannon on the two reds in the middle of the table. That doesn't free the black, of course, so it's back up for the blue. And that's okay,
12.
but always remember you've got to get the right side of the blue.
Yes, he could even possibly go for the pink and bring the pink back down this end of the table. Just depends on how he feels.
13.
Well, he's over. He may take the pink now with the rest. Wasn't too happy. Played for the blue. Yellow is a possibility. Certainly the pink was back on its spot would make his life an awful lot easier.
Steve Davis, 60.
Just the type of ball he wasn't missing last night. And I take the point that you made earlier, Ken. It just erodes your confidence a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. He's just struggling a little bit with position there. And any time you're sort of close to these cushions and digging down on the cue ball, it does throw it off line. You've got to be so careful. So a slight reprieve for John Higgins.
This is a Davis miss. Now look at the cue ball. As soon as he hit it, as you say, striking down, that cue ball started to bounce. Now that's bound to have a adverse effect on the contact with the object ball and can just throw it a fraction offline. This is one thing he's not lost though, his ability to find that ball cushion, and that's a super shot. And it's put John Higgins in a little spot of bother here. Just a bit thick, that's why he caught the blue. And well, every reason to suspect that Steve will take this red on. As long as he gets close to the jaws, the red will rattle and go safe, and he could be on the pink if it goes in. Well, not even close to the jaws. Now, does it run safe? No, I think it passes the brown. Well, I say it passes the brown. John Higgins had a close look, but he's getting down pretty quick. Steve will be disappointed with that. He's only got to get that red in the jaws, and it'd have been a safe shot, but didn't do it.
Yeah, this is a possible shot choice from John Higgins. Now the red, not the red on the black spot, but the red to the left of that obviously goes. So he may just come up a little short and try and get on that red. I'd like to be in a little bit closer, but that's okay. Brown will go on the pink spot. Black spot is covered. Brown spot's covered. So the highest available spot. Now this is a big shot. Must concentrate on the pot here because he will be taking more reds into play. Excellent shot. That's a very, very good shot.
6.
Yes, you were right, Ken. It's so easy in those situations to take your eye off the pot. It's one of them, whatever you do, don't sacrifice the pot for position. And he was a good shot, played it well. The reds could have opened a little bit better, to be honest with you.
Pink ball. Sure.
He's over at this. You mentioned it in
12.
the last frame, I think, Ken. This was the same thing last night, and in his first match, in all fairness, with Barry Hawkins, he just doesn't seem to be able to have the speed of the table. I don't know, there's a little tension in the arm and he's overhitting them.
Well, sometimes when you are under a bit of pressure, there is a bit of tension in the arm, but you wouldn't expect him to keep doing it. He's miscalculated a lot of positional shots today. These tables are very fast, and there's another opportunity.
John Higgins, 12.
And I mean, he had such a margin for error, John, off that pink. I mean, the red is in the middle of the table, but he's overrun it by at least 4 feet.
Yeah, and he was a little bit fortunate there, because when that red came back and kissed the cue ball, if that cue ball would have hit the black half ball, he'd have left an easy starter for Steve. But as it turns out, he's left nothing. Steve Davis came to the table, 21 points in the rears.
guess that the fact that a red open ball is causing problems here for Steve. If he leaves the white down in the baulk area, John Higgins is a straightforward safety shot. Now he may try and... This could be a very clever shot here. Hit the first red onto the second red and knock the two of them up the table and leave the cue ball exactly where that red is. This could go wrong, but it's a very clever shot if it works out. Excellent shot. Well, he's a little bit unlucky there. The red has just come back and knocked this create into the black and red there, and has possibly left this red to the left middle.
Yeah, the problem is with that shot that the second red doesn't go up the table, does it? It just stays in this half. Whereas if you were low on them and you hit one to hit the right-hand side, the other, they can both go up the table.
Big shot coming up. If he misses this, he's handing the frame to Davis.
Didn't play it with a lot of confidence there,
No.
to me. He was very quick, wasn't he, when he pulled the cue back nice and smooth and then returned it very quickly. Like one of my putts.
Well, it has to be said, he's been a little bit fortunate. This could have been an awful lot easier for Steve.
Well, this time he did knock a nice long red in, and it's given him a good chance now. He's not bad on the black.
Eight. Nine.
Just in there, that red in the middle of the pocket, and that's why he's having to use the rest when playing the brown. If he'd have hit it in the middle, the cue ball would have moved over a little bit more. Well, he settles like that. We seem to have a little bit of a discrepancy. I don't know whether this is going to make any difference, but the scoreboard
14.
in the arena says that Steve Davis is 6 points behind. To our score, he's 7 points behind. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. It's only 1 point,
20.
but it can make the difference at the end of a frame as to whether someone needs a ball to win or get to the snooker's required stage. At the moment, we say he's 1 point behind. In the arena, the score says it's all square.
$21.
Oh, that was careless. Not quite certain what he was trying to do then, because it looked a formality to
25.
pot the brown. I don't know how he's kissed the other red, and he didn't just flick it, he's hit it full ball. That was a miscalculation. Could be costly.
Yes, I think he was trying to get on the one closest to the cushion, which is a big mistake. Should have probably left that to last. Taking the easy red. Going to try and get this white somewhere down behind the black. Looks pretty good.
25.
Looks very, very good. Just ran on slightly. He may be on this red. The fact that the yellow has gone over the right-hand corner pocket will certainly make not the first red, but the second red a hell of a lot easier. You just get behind it and drop it in. Won't have to put any pace into it, so you must get a good position on pink or black here with this red.
One.
Looks like he has a nice... Yes, that's okay. Pink into the middle. Just stun up behind this red. Won't have to worry about, as I say, forcing in off the cushion.
Seven.
If the yellow wasn't over the pocket, this would have been a lot more difficult. So just drop it in. No heroics.
Now this is the key shot, and it's not guaranteed, because remember, when he pots the yellow, it's going to go back on its spots. Have a look at the scoreboard. We say he's 13. Sorry, we say he's 12 in front. The scoreboard that he looks at says he's 13 points in front. But can he get position on the yellow when it's respotted? Not by kissing the brown, he won't get good position. That's not what he wanted.
10.
Just needed to catch that yellow a little bit thinner.
Yes, that's what he's looking at. I'm not quite sure whether he can just get that angle on the yellow to just stop the path of the cue ball going down the table and just hold for the green. He's had a look at it a couple of times, but as we saw earlier, when you're digging down on these balls close to the cushion, just throw it offline. Big shot though. It's not too bad. A little shake of the head from Steve. It's not too bad. Would have liked a full ball kiss. You just see, it's just quarter ball, full ball. He would have been perfect on the green.
Green and brown needed. Terrific shot. Now it needs that cue ball to run a little bit more than it is doing.
15.
So is he going to be tempted by the double? This is frame ball. whether we look at the score that we've got or the one in the arena, we think our score is correct. We think the one in the arena is a point out. But it doesn't make any difference. 19 points, 20 points. The Brown will leave John Higgins needing a snooker. He's playing the double. And it's there. The audience on the right-hand side all knew that it was going to go in. It's there, that just dots the I's, crosses the T's in this frame. He lost the first two. We thought John Higgins was getting right back into it, but Steve Davis has come back and won the next two. So status quo. Steve Davis still retains that 4-frame lead as they go to the mid-session interval. 8-4.
Please, thank you.
Yes, interval over. Another 4 frames to be played in this session. And you feel the pressure is being put on John Higgins by Steve Davis here. There is a return to the balk end, but he's obviously refusing it. Is he taking this pot on, or is he just playing the containing safety? And I think there is a classic example of the type of, if you like, game plan that he's got, Ken. Could have gone back to the balk end, but just at the moment he's quite happy just to play negative safeties and if you like, put the onus on John Higgins to force the pace.
Absolutely. Using vast knowledge and experience and craft. I think he's very fearful of playing any reds or going into other reds and bringing more reds into play, possibly leaving shot to nothings for John Higgins. He's keeping the pressure on, and so far his plan is working. As John Parrott quite rightly said after the 4th frame, it was vintage Davis, there's no doubt about that. A little look up to heaven tells us that he's left this red. Let me see John. Well, he took it on as a shot to nothing, but again, hoping to hit the near jaw on this type of shot. So if you miss it, the red goes down the table. This is another half-decent opportunity for Steve Davis.
Yeah, it wasn't easy, just slightly hampered by the brown. So you can forgive him missing that. Once again, though, Not the best of safety shots from John Higgins. You leave a player of Steve Davis' ability on the baulk line, you can expect him to play a lot better safety shot than that. A little shake of the head, so no obvious path back to baulk. He's pointing at that red. That's one red he could play. Quarter ball. Whether he swings it round off 2 cushions or just plays it plain ball. He's just wondering if he's going to knock the red towards the right corner. And if he misses the green, this is an excellent safety. Well, he just flicked it.
John quickly coming around to see does this red pass the red and black into this bottom left-hand corner. I think it does. No pressure on this shot. Looking for a kiss on the green there. Didn't get it, but still a good pot. Now, he has been guilty the last couple of frames, and when he's rolling up, he's not getting tight enough to these ball colours and leaving easy opportunities to escape from these snookers. And again,
John Higgins 1.
It's not very good at all. Wanted to be as tight to that yellow as possible.
It's like he's just not got his touch. I mean, not only did he not get the snooker, he's left Steve a path to this red. And that's not a bad shot if he's... Well, I say that. I think there's a red just to the left of that cluster behind the pink that he can just about get to, and he may be able to cut it into the left corner. I've got it much too thick. Straightforward safety shot this for Steve, but once again he's just making, I was going to say doubly sure, trebly sure that he's not going to knock anything into the right corner. He's not in any rush, is he?
No, he's playing on his own pace, that's for sure. He won't be rushed by anybody.
And he's got his opponent on the rack.
Foul. John Higgins 4.
See, once again, that refusal to try and get the cue ball back to the baulk end. He just wants to... We used to play a game, Ken, I don't know if you played it in Dublin, called Points, where you used to say you played a penny a point. We played for a bit more than that, I remember at one time. And basically what you did... The player following you, whatever he scored, you had to pay him. Whatever points he got, you paid him. And the idea of that game was when you played safe, was just not leave a pot on. And it seems that Steve is playing that type of game here today. And to be fair, it's working so far. Just refusing, if at all possible, not to leave John Higgins a sniff at a pot. And what that can do is throw your opponent out of his rhythm. So he's using every inch and every ounce of his experience here with Steve Davis. Well, coming round off 2 cushions to rest into the cluster by the pink. It's a bit like a football team here who's got a couple of frames lead and they just fell back into a defensive formation.
Yes, I think John will be pleased that this is a touching ball. You can just play away. He's got to be careful. Yeah, and Barras having a good look there, making sure it doesn't hit the red on the follow through. Looks okay. That's a good shot.
Thank you. Sorry, Steve. Thanks.
Now again, Steve can hit the outside of this red. Okay, it's a fine cut, but should be able to judge it okay. Well, not the best. That's not very good. Okay, he's got a good length. Makes this pot a little bit more difficult, but if you can somehow just avoid the black, possibly kiss the two reds here just to the right of the black, he could bring the black into play.
Yeah, if the cue ball wasn't tight on the cushion, I think that is a possibility, but to widen that angle, you have to play at a lot of pace. It makes this pot difficult.
There's something along those lines. It's very difficult, as you say, John. Concentrate on the pot first, but we'll take that pathway. Well, may have got away with this. Oh, that was a very good shot.
One.
Very well controlled. Needed to cue that almost perfectly. I think it's about time that John started winning frames from this type of position. He hasn't been doing it. He started off pretty well this afternoon, but since then, he's looked very scrappy. He's running out of frames. He has to start making his comeback pretty soon.
16. $70.
It's amazing. I've never seen him miss so many blacks off the spot. And there's no excuse for that one. He's struggling. And that in itself will give Steve Davis confidence, the fact that he can make mistakes and he's not being punished. Takes a little bit of pressure off you. I wonder what's going through John Higgins' mind. He can't be pleased with this performance.
Steve Davis won.
Missed the chance there, did Steve, to punish John.
He's missed a few of those, doesn't he, Steve, when he's bridging off the cushion. Digging down on the weight again.
One.
Twix in between with that positional shot. Okay, he can look at the pink, but don't see how he gets back amongst the reds. Or can he get past the pink for the green, although he'd be hampered by the blue? Pink it is, but need a good shot to get on the next red. Well, it's all going wrong. It is all going
Higgins,
wrong.
one.
Yep, he needed a really deep screw there, and with the pace he was playing it, seems he just got the anxious look to see if he's knocked anything off the tip, but seems okay. I suppose having miscued, he's lucky to have left it so safe. That tip looks okay. Might put a little bit of a file on it just to press it down and loosen the chalk.
Yeah, a little bit of sandpaper around the edges. Sometimes you can take a little bit of little chip out the side of the tip when you miscue like that. Sometimes a little just fray slightly. I don't think you can find the pat back the balk here, so again just another containing safety shot maybe. He's shaking his head. He doesn't like leaving it on the top cushion here, so
well, that was a very good shot, because just a fraction thinner on that red and the cue ball would have running off. Couldn't have played it better from the position he was in.
Yeah, seen it. Yeah.
Apparently it was the area.
a spot of butter here, Steve. There's Hawkeye's view. You can just see that red, but not enough to screw back in the box, so maybe attempting to swerve. This could go wrong. We could go for the pot here, hoping that even if he misses it, it will catch the jaws and stay down this end of the table, but let's be very precise with it. Well, he's gone for the... Well, that's a very good shot. That's a very, very good shot. I thought he was going for the pot there, but he has left it. Possible shot to nothing. You always take a chance when you're going into other reds, and some reds might come back up the table, but half chance for John Higgins here.
One.
Bit unlucky. I'm sure you'll see him bringing the black into play here.
Well, at least the red went in, didn't it? That was the main thing, because it wasn't a shot for nothing.
Yellow ball.
I'm a bit surprised here, John. I thought he might have brought a black into play there.
Yeah, not only has he not brought the black into play, he's put the yellow. So I suppose he's got a 23-point lead, and he's thinking, well, I could win this with blues and browns. Whereas Steve Davis being behind, he'd want that black in the open. A little bit pacey. Left another chance of a red into this right corner. This one's a little bit more difficult because he's on a natural angle to come back up for the blue, and to avoid other reds he'd have to sort of stun it wide. But he's taken it on, and this is a risky shot, this. Oh, well. You couldn't pot a ball cleaner than that. That was a terrific shot. And it's when he knocks balls in like that, Ken, you can understand why Steve Davis doesn't want to leave him any half chances.
Right. Still got a bit of work to do, as you quite rightly said. The lead goes to 28 points now. So I could just concentrate on blues here. Just come a little bit awkward again.
Six.
Veranda for the blue, so possibly the brown. Similar shot to the last one, coming off 3 cushions. Even 2 cushions maybe for the red, just above the pink spot. If he goes too far, he'll still be on one of the others, so well, he's just taking his eye off pots. He's really struggling out there. There's no doubt about it.
I don't think I've ever seen him miss as many easy pots. And noticeable there, like he did with a black he missed in the last frame, just isn't him too thick. He's putting that tracer side on, and because he's cueing a little bit, I think the word is hard, really. He's not pushing the cue through smooth. And that side, he's just pushing over a bit more than you would normally expect. It wasn't easy, that one, tight under the cushion, but certainly half chances that Steve's missing here. to push home his authority.
1.
Well, a testy blue. And not that nice after you've just missed an easy brown off the spot. Not that nice when your confidence is at a low ebb.
One.
Well, there's not much chance of Steve winning the frame at this visit, the way the balls are situated. But he'll be concentrating on trying to get back in the frame, points-wise.
5.
And an opportunity here to pot this red and maybe try and bring the pink into play. Well, he's just rolling it in. He's going to play for the blue, I think. Well, brown will
6.
do. But as I say, a tall order. The colours couldn't be worse placed. There's only the brown on its spot. You got the red in the middle of the table and these two reds that are not possible near the top cushion, so much chance of clearing up here as winning the lottery, I would say. Again.
Prizes for guessing what Steve's next shot will be. I'm sure we're bringing the yellow into play. White tied up behind the pink. Could pot the brown, but no real value. What would you play here, John? Just stun the yellow, white behind the pink?
Yeah, just play the yellow and get the snooker behind the pink. We know with this misrule, I mean, you could get quite a few points, couldn't you? You know, a snooker at this stage of a frame. I mean, if he doesn't fancy stunning the yellow and bringing it out, just roll to the yellow. As long as you get the snooker, as I say, the way the misrule works now. And if he did roll to the yellow, maybe the blue would cut off the natural angle of coming off the one cushion. He's certainly giving this plenty of thinking time. It's coming up to 2 minutes shortly.
Yeah, and it's pretty straightforward. I'm not quite sure what's confusing him here, because he'll bring the yellow into play and just leave the white as close to this pink as possible. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what was confusing him there.
And he's cut off the one cushion escape, so there could be a few foul points given away here. Terrific hit. Well played. Very well played.
Yes, and the fact that it's not a touching ball is even better, because Steve could have brought the pink into play there as well. So excellent shot from John Higgins there. I suppose the fact that the two reds were close together made it a big target, but still judged it very, very well. Another excellent reply from John Higgins there. Now Steve has got to be very careful here. He's just come around to have a look at that red. He wants to just lay on the red, but if he hits this too hard, he could leave this other red to the right corner pocket, so he's got to judge this absolutely perfectly.
Foul and a miss. John Higgins 4.
Well, has it come far enough for John to take this pot on? I think it may have.
Yeah, and I think the fact that he's got a 23-point lead, just pot the red if you don't fancy getting position. It's another red out of the way. And then he'll be just looking for red colour and possibly the yellow and green. It's not a bad lead, really, is it, where the balls are situated?
One.
May try and put this brown safe here. Put it on the right side cushion and maybe white behind the yellow. Well, that's what he tried, and he came right across that.
John Higgins 1.
Completely across on the wrong side of the ball there. It's amazing.
And what's worse, of course, he's now put the green in a safe position. The green doesn't pot, so if Steve did make a mistake on this red, well, I suppose red and a blue would do. 24 points to lead.
Yes, I'd love to have another look at that shot he played, whether the white did in fact roll off or he just hit it badly. Doesn't want to go in the pocket. Doesn't want to go in the pocket. Oh, it's a good shot. Well judged. Yes. Nice tap on the table from Steve in acknowledgement.
John Higgins, 4.
Well, that was always the danger. He just swerved it a bit too much, and with all that left-hand side he had on, once it got near the jaws of the pocket, it was always going to flick in. John Higgins, 28 points in front. Just needs the red to go 29 points in front with 27 remaining. Frame ball.
One. Three.
So there you see it, 31 ahead, 27 remaining. This took a 33 ahead with 25 remaining. Steve Davis will play on though. I can't see how he can get on the green.
Thanks. 5.
We might play a little double here. But he'll have to be careful because he knows that Steve Davis is a master playing snooker, so won't leave it too easy. And that's why he didn't play the double.
John Higgins, 5.
Well, knocking that black out will help, but this green will cut in. The point is, you're always a bit afraid of when you're playing a thin one like this. The cue ball's careering round the table. You don't want it to go in off or knock another ball in. Well, in goes the green.
3.
36 points the difference, just 22 on. Now, will Steve carry on?
John Higgins, 3. And the frame.
And the frame, so Steve Davis concedes, not the best of frames. You won't want to be looking back on the video of that one, but it won't matter to John Higgins, he's won it. But it's okay, he's on a red to the left middle.
38.
Yes. Good split for John.
$39.
Just a little straight on this black. Got a bit more work to do. He's played that well.
46. $47.
Yes, that's the shot. Just medium pace, put the blue right down the middle of those 4 reds. Well, he didn't have to hit it that hard, but he's still okay. Just hit it a little bit too hard. Just pushed a
52.
couple of reds towards the cushion. Now he's got to play a good cannon on the black here. Knock the black over the right-hand corner pocket.
53.
Well, he's not the black towards the corner pocket, but it's a thin contact. He's got a 38-point lead now. So this black, another red and a colour still needed. If he misses the brown, which he's done, this is absolutely inch perfect.
60.
Couldn't have put it there better with his hand. Just red and black needed. to reduce his arrears
61.
to 2, but it's not the first time in this session he's done that. But he's taken these well. He's played some lovely positional shots.
68. $69. $76. Thanks. 77.
I think he's just gone too far just to drop the black in and maybe kiss the pink and hope for the red, but it's much better from John Higgins. He got the kiss on the pink, but
84.
he didn't hold the weight, but it's still okay. But a much better break. This will certainly help him a lot. He seemed to have a better pace around the table, John, as well, during this break. A little bit more confident stride. Excellent pot.
No problem. This is his highest break in the match so far. He deserves a century. And he's concentrated on the high value colours, hasn't he? 2 blues, 10 blacks with the 12 reds. There's a little bit of an exhibition shot.
94.
He needs to miss the blue. He has done. Doesn't want to be straight on the green, though. Can he make the century? Slow at
97.
white. Good chance now. Just the brown. And for one of the few times in the match, he's won a frame in style. Tremendous century break.
101.
That might just give him the confidence he's been looking for throughout this match.
106.
As I say, he started this session 6-2 behind. He got it to 6-4. Steve Davis came back went to 8-4. 4 frames clear, but he's reduced his arrears again. Steve Davis sits impassive in his seat. No need to come to the table. The world champion has closed the gap once again, now just 2 behind. It's 8-6. A full ball contact on the second red to be able to do it. Well, he got a fullish contact, but he won't be taking the black from where the cue ball's finished now. If he'd have caught it full and the cue ball had stayed where the red was, the black was a possibility.
Brown ball. Yellow ball. Steve Davis, 1.
Well, the average frame time is just over 24 minutes. That's unusual this day and age. This is going back to the good old days. Well, you, Terry Griffiths, Cliff Thorburn, Eddie Charlton could have beat that.
Yes, we had a frame already in this championship that took over 65 minutes. I think the record is almost 95 minutes. Sean Murphy and Dave Harold, I think, competed in that particular frame. So, but generally, I think you're right in saying that 25 minutes is quite long for the average frame time, particularly when you have someone like John Higgins involved.
Yes, I think that's another sign that Steve Davis is dictating the pace. Well, it was an awkward pass back to the baulk end and kissing the yellow. He's left John Higgins with his hand on the table. He's looking at this red to the left corner, but unless he plays for the black along the top cushion, I can't really see which colour he's certain to be on. He's looking at playing the deep screw. To me, when you play the deep screw with pace, it just makes the pot that bit harder. It'll be so much more accurate. So he decided to try and drop it on the black, and he's just about held it. Good shot.
Eight. Nine.
Could have done without the flick on the red, but in a way, the little flick on the green has helped. If it had just run past the green, it may not have been on, but he can cut it into the right middle and control the cue ball. Well, he should have controlled it better than that. Unintended kiss on
12.
the red near the left-hand side cushion. If he misses that, it'd have been on the red on the black spot, which is the red he wanted to be on. Because if he can get this red,
Sure.
then there's every chance he could get the black on its own spot. But I think the red just below the black will pot. All depends how much he's got to do with the cue ball, because he's at the straight for, well, he's playing the lower one, just rolling it in for the black in the opposite middle pocket.
13.
A little bit further away from this black than he would have liked. I know we see them relentlessly knocking these balls in, but some of the shots he's missed, there'll be a little bit of pressure on this one.
Yes, and there's even more pressure in knowing that he's going to definitely leave Steve in amongst them should he miss. A lot of reds in open play, so big shot here for Higgins. That was very good.
Yeah, but you can see from the position, Ken, can't you, that he was more intent
20.
on not missing the black. He's not perfect on this red.
$21. 24.
Whenever he's played that type of shot, just coming off the side cushion, he's always seems to be over-hitting it. If it had been straight on this red, he could have just run through, been nicely on the black. Now he's not certain to be on a colour here. Unless he has a bit of luck.
25.
He nearly nudged the red away from the blue. Now, unless he plays a risky yellow or brown, that could be end of break. Is he going to push the bolt out? He's got a 36-point lead, so it's not unassailable.
I think if the yellow was on the spot, John, I think maybe there's no doubt he'd have a go, but it's just a little bit more awkward. And the fact that it's so close to the brown, he'll have to come off the top cushion and try and come between brown and green there, so he's not going to take it on, just a safety.
John Higgins, 25.
Yes, and the fact that that red is close to that right middle pocket makes this safety a little bit more difficult, particularly if Steve has any intention of getting the white back to baulk. Could decide to roll up to this red on the top cushion. That's very dangerous as well, so this could go wrong. Where's the red gone? It's not too bad. The red does pot. But again, very, very dangerous. John may take it on, but he'll certainly be leaving something should he miss. These two reds now go into this right middle.
Well, another one of these deep screws, but as you say, Ken, they can go wrong because if it careers into other balls, you never know where they're going to go. But once again, he's judged it well.
Settle down, please.
Played that safety shot knowing full well he's leaving a tempter for Steve Davis to the left middle. Asking a question, but I think he's going to refuse it. Well, he's going to take it on. Good shot. Well played.
1.
Never easy across the nap of the table, but judged it very well. Avoided the kiss on the yellow as well, so good shot.
Six. 7. 10. 11.
Well, he's judged it absolutely to perfection. You can always tell when it's perfect when they get down very quick. So this is the last of the easy reds.
18.
Closed his arrears now to just 18 points. And this is a big frame for Steve. If
90.
he can win this, worst way, he's going to take a 2-frame advantage into the final session tomorrow. Got a nice angle to cannon the 2 reds on the left-hand side of the table. And he's brought them into play. He'll be a little bit disappointed that cue ball stuck to the side cushion.
26. 27.
Still a big ask to win the frame at this visit. Neither of these remaining 2 reds are going to be easy to get on. And just stopping for a drink of water. Like a marathon runner.
Yes, just taking a little time out. He knows the importance of this frame. He's clawed his way back very well. He was 36 behind before he came to this table. Good chance to get right in behind this red here. Well, he tried to take it out, but there's plenty of room behind the red.
32.
And there you see, plenty of room behind the red, but just missed it. Full ball cannon on it. So just a safety now.
Steve Davis, 32.
Well, it's a well-taken 32. Just 4 points behind anybody's frame.
Yes, he won't be happy with that. No, he's left John a possible shot to nothing here. Has he got away with it? Has the brown come to his rescue? I think it has. Well, you can tell by Steve Davis' body language there. He's very lucky, John Higgins. He may pot this, but he's got to be careful of the double kiss as well.
Yeah, I just get the feeling it's one of those where the middle pocket's in the way, isn't it? To try and pot it. And if he hits the cushion past the middle pocket, there's a possibility he could go in off. But I wouldn't be too concerned because the other red is safe, so it's not the end of the world as long as he doesn't do anything bad. And he did pot it. Where's the cue ball going? Oh, that's unlucky, and he's left a free ball.
John Higgins 4.
Well, how unlucky was that? Judged it to perfection,
Free
and
ball.
the cue ball has run into the middle. Free ball. Unlucky.
Yes. Very unlucky. John just having a look at the angle. He may try and get on the yellow or possibly the green. So he'll take the yellow. That will substitute as a red. Oh, would you believe it? That's just a case of taking your eye off the pot. Concentrating on getting a good angle on the green there. Thought he couldn't miss the yellow and just take your eye off it slightly. There you see the match time now. Just gone over the 6-hour mark. Quite slow with today's standards, but still doesn't take away from the fascination of this second round match.
The kiss on the yellow spoils it a little bit, but the black has covered the right corner, so he's not left a pot on. But he has left John Higgins with an easy safety here, and he could be trying to get this cue ball in behind the black. And the snooker at this stage of a frame can be a very telling one. It's not hitting the ball. Can you get it safe? John Higgins 8 points to lead.
Yes, that's the part Steve would be hoping for. Well, he's come inside the green. He's a little unlucky. It was a good hit. He's left it on.
One.
I'm just thinking, Ken, I know we've seen a few mistakes, a few bit of bad running, and both these players look very determined, don't they? They don't look happy when things run against them, either of them. Such a big match, this. Particularly, you think, for Steve Davis, trying to prove that he can still do it at the top level.
8.
He's been a bit unlucky in this frame. Will he get another chance in it? Because it's not
10.
plain sailing yet for John Higgins. 18 points to lead. He needs the green and the brown not being on its spot, he's not that easy to get on.
13.
You see 21 ahead with 22 remaining, so Steve Davis going to have another chance. White somewhere behind the black, brown in the middle of the
John Higgins, 13.
block area, and that's a good shot. Again, as John Virgo rightly pointed out, it's not actually hitting the brown. It's not too difficult. He's trying to get it in a safe position. And that's not too bad. He'll settle for that. Good shot.
Well, is this brown tight against the side cushion? If it is, will he take it on? He only needs the brown. No, he played the safe. He needs to kiss the black. But for the kiss on the black, that brown was travelling a bit. Could have finished up over the middle pocket. John Higgins, big favourite for this frame, but well, it's only 4 balls that need potting. Oh, he's left this, has he? No, thought it might be running up. He's got it safe, but it's an easy reply for John Higgins to get it safer than that.
Certainly didn't want to bring the pink into play, and he's been a little bit lucky that the pink has gone close to that ball cushion. Now has Steve got an opportunity here? Just flick off the brown and try and get in behind that pink. I'm not quite sure whether he has the right angle here, but we'll be very close to it. That's a very clever shot. He actually didn't have the angle to get in behind the pink, but had the angle to take the pink off the cushion a couple more inches and bring it into play, because he knows if he gets an opportunity, he's going to need that pink. He needs them all. Very clever shot there. This looks good too.
Well, there looks to be a little bit of mileage in this one. I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it because we're running out of time here on BBC Two. Just
when we left this match on BBC Two late this afternoon, Steve Davis was leading 8-6, but Higgins took frame 15 and is now just 1 behind. Here's the final frame of their second session. Steve's at the table, trailing by 14 points. Commentary comes from John Virgo and Ken Doherty.
Now, as he held it, can he get through to play the black?
I think he can get through, but he's just hampered slightly with this red on the cushion.
Well, maybe not, Ken. I think he can just get the cue past the red. Certainly helps.
Foul.
Oh.
Steve Davis 1, John Higgins 7.
That's surprising.
Yeah, well, surprising, amazing, isn't it, that someone of Steve's experience can misjudge something like that, to hit the red before the black.
One.
So the first well, Steve had the first good chance. This is the chance for John Higgins to level the match. At the start of this match, John Higgins was 1-16 to win. And when he went 6-2 behind, he was still 1-2 favourite. Obviously, the odds had come down a bit.
It's 7.
And everybody was looking at this session to be the pivotal part of the match, and, well, it looks like John Higgins... Well, would you believe it? Well, I'm just about to say it looks as though he's going to level the match, and what a miss that was. He had nothing to do with the cue ball. He just pots the red. He'd have been on the black. I mean, he nearly fluked the red.
It was amazing. I don't know why he tried to hit it so hard, John. All he had to do was pot the red. He's black over the other pocket. Came across it slightly. How crucial will that red?
But I think that's what we've been seeing all through the match, haven't we? His timing's just not there. Yeah. It was the same to a degree in the Barry Hawkins match, and I just assumed that once he'd got past that, he'd be okay. But no real signs of great improvement from the defending champion. Now, Steve, as John sits there pondering how he missed that red, can Steve Davis accept this gift? Because he must have been in his chair a few moments ago, Steve, thinking, well, I've thrown away a 4-frame lead, we're going to be all square. But now a chance to reassert.
We judged that very well.
8.
Stay nicely on the pink or blue here.
Nine.
Well, here's the John Higgins miss. Just hit across the ball, must have done. Couldn't see him missing that. Then I couldn't see Steve Davis winning 6 of the first 8 frames.
15.
So there's quite a few things in this match that have surprised me so far. I think the main thing is the form of John Higgins.
16.
That mantle of world champion seems to be weighing a little bit heavier on him than I expected.
23. 24.
'Black will put him 4 points ahead, so should he get 4 reds, 4 blacks, he won't need that red
31.
on the left-hand side cushion. There you see the pot success rate. Steve Davis, 91%. John Higgins, a very paltry 84%.
32.
So concentrate on 4 reds, 4 blacks. And John Higgins will need a snooker with the last remaining red.
$39.
Oh, he's played a bad one there.
40.
He's still on the pink, it's not too bad. Just didn't get that cannon right, did he, on the second red, John?
No, and it takes you by surprise sometimes when the red runs with the cue ball. Pressure on this. Oh, but cued it as smooth as silk. Cued it as smooth as silk. Now he's looked away as he... Is that pink going to stop him getting through to this red?
46.
Surely not. He concentrated so much on the pot in the pink as he lost position. It's there. He didn't really want the kit on the black. 20 points to lead. This black, but he's still going to need the 2 remaining reds. Just made certain of it, didn't want to play with too much pace. Looks at the scoreboard, 27 ahead, 43 remaining. He's going to need 54. The 2 reds because he can't play on the black off this red. And even if he could, it'd only put him 35 in front with 35 left. As you said before, Ken, if he took the reds with blacks, he'd be fine. But he had to play the pink rather than the black, and it's made all the difference.
Well, he could drop it in. There is a possibility that he could have gone around the table and try and get on the pink or black, but might be better off just dropping it in. Well, he's tried to go in and out ball, but
55.
Well, it's not too bad. Just trickle up behind this yellow. It puts a lot of pressure on John to not only hit the red, but keep it safe as well. Certainly no heroics from this shot.
Yes, and if he can cut off the 1 cushion escape, then it makes it tough to hit. And if John Higgins was to miss this red twice, he'd need a snooker. So there's value in playing a little tuck up behind the yellow. Well, he's deciding to make certain he has an insurance ball, and he's putting the green on the side cushion and trying to get the snooker behind 55. The brown now. And we'll see whether that's the right decision, because I don't think... Wow, a little tap on the table there from John Higgins. Can he get past the brown? He obviously doesn't think he can. Needs to get it safe, and he's not done. This frame, and Steve Davis will take a 2-frame advantage into that final session, which starts tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. A sleepless night possibly for John Higgins if this red goes in.
Well, you can tell there's a lot of Steve Davis fans in the audience. They're very happy with that.
Steve Davis won.
And but for snookers, Steve Davis has got a 2-frame advantage going into the final session tomorrow morning.
Foul.
He's at the pink free ball. I think the handshake will come. So Steve Davis started the session with a 4-frame lead, but you can see on his face he's happy to be 2 in front. John Higgins' disappointment had every chance to level. Advantage Davis at the end of the second session.
Battle. Well, a round of applause, but Steve won't be happy with that shot. Not tight to the bottom cushion as he would have liked. So, relatively straightforward shot for John Higgins here. You see him using the bottom left-hand side. This could spin back behind the black. That's very good. Tapping the table from Steve Davis, an acknowledgement.
He's no way back to the back cushion now. He's too near the cushion, so this is the first testing safety shot that either player's had to play. All the other safety shots have been relatively straightforward to find the top cushion. This one is tough to get safe. I suppose he could risk just rolling up to the two reds that are directly in front of him, but see, digging down on that one, I don't think he can get enough spin to get back to the back cushion, especially on these cloths. They're so fine. This is the one I was suggesting, just roll up to those two reds, but if you're a little bit nervous and under hit or over it, you leave them on.
Well, sometimes when you're nervous, your arms get very heavy. So these type of roll-ups and touch shots, we saw John Higgins try to roll up behind the green in yellow and overhit them by a couple of inches. So this is very, very dangerous. Oh, he's played it well. He doesn't want to leave touch and ball. If it's touch and ball, this makes things very easy for John Higgins. That may even be has he knocked the plant on there, will he? Are those two reds a plant into this right middle? Well, if he has, it's very unlucky. John Higgins is looking at it. Very close.
Well, the only way he can play it, of course, if he's bound to get onto a colour, if he's going to kiss into another red, he won't play it. Here's a look on Hawkeye. Well, it certainly can be made. Now, if he tries to screw back for the black, I honestly think he'll hit the right-hand jaw. If he was just running it in straight, which means he can't get onto a colour, he'd pot it. Well, he's playing the screw back. He'll do well to get onto the black from this.
It's in. It's there.
Oh, well played. Well, you've got to be honest, a little bit unlucky from Steve. He played a fabulous little roll up to the two reds, and unfortunately, he's lost the safety battle. More by luck than judgment, to be perfectly honest, but John Higgins now has got an excellent chance to win this first frame.
8.
I just looked at Steve Davis's face there, just as John Higgins got that plant. He shook his head in sort of disbelief. It has to be said, it was a little bit unlucky to leave that on.
Yeah, the plant wasn't there, Ken, was it? No. He just pushed one red on to make the plant. It's so unlucky. That went astray, but he's still got the red near the yellow spot.
Sorry, John. 15.
This would just, we'll get a chance to show you the shot that Steve played. He's played a little run up to the two reds and just pushed the plant on. This 16. Is the one, Ken, just rolling up to them, and the plant's not there. All of a sudden it is.
Yeah, here you see, and it was a perfect place, and there you just see, just knocked the plant on, and that was unlucky.
If ever you needed a nerve settler, Ken, it's when the balls are like this, isn't it? When you don't have to do anything, you're going to get 30 or 40. I mean, a miscue or a kick is the only way you can't get 30 or 40 from here.
22.
Yes, it's almost like a practice session here. The way you spread the balls. All the reds on the table. I must say, commentating on the second session yesterday, I was amazed to see
25.
how many easy balls that John Higgins did miss. Certainly wasn't very comfortable out there, but under a lot of pressure.
Ken, when you're playing somebody that's a lot lower seed, I mean, obviously Davis is an all-time great, you're always going to get a little bit nervous when you play Steve, but when you're in a no-win situation sometimes, it must be a different sort of pressure.
Yes, I think John Virgo said yesterday, maybe the fact that John Higgins thought he might have blown Steve Davis away, and probably a lot of people would have thought that, but certainly Steve Davis didn't think that way. He really put it up to John Higgins in the last couple of sessions, and sometimes panic sets in a little bit, Willie, doesn't it? When you're expected to win so well and so easy, and then all of a sudden you're behind, you sort of panic a little bit.
Well, he's certainly the biggest price favourite we've had here this week. I mean, 1-16 he was at the start of the match, which is what Steve Davis would have been all those years ago to beat Joe Johnson. But we all know what happened there, so it can happen.
34.
This is the first slightly difficult shot of this break so far. The only reason I'm saying that because he's got to force it round. He'll either stun it off one cushion or force it round off two. And when you're playing pacey near the cushion like this, not as straightforward as it looks. Can he go behind the red? Nearly went astray. Any sort of kiss on that red. He wouldn't have been on anything. He's on both.
.42.
We mentioned that the first 30 or 40 points wouldn't be a problem. This is when it starts to get a little bit more tricky. Now he's running out of loose reds. Now he's got to start being a little bit more careful with his position.
It's 49. .50. .57. 58.
Just one more red and colour. That's why he's played for the easier red. Oh, he's been fortunate there. If he'd had a half ball kiss, he's on nothing. OK, he played to get on 64. The red in the middle pocket. Without the kiss, he would have been perfect. But once you're kissing into balls, he could have easily kissed that half ball.
65.
So this is a great performance from John. A little bit fortunate to have the plant left in the opening shot of this break, but everything else has been played perfectly. And that's game ball.
.70. John Higgins, 70.
Well, there's a shot, but that 70 break from Higgins should be more than enough to take the opening frame and get back to within one. 9-8.
Thanks. 1. Seven. $12. 13.
To be a very relieved
20.
John Higgins, just mopping up these final few balls to get within 1.
21.
Again, he did it at frame 15 when he got back to 8-7.
$28. Thanks.
Well, Steve
Higgins,
Davis has had
28.
enough in that frame. Breaks of 70 and 28 to take John Higgins to an emphatic first frame win. And he levels. Sorry, he doesn't level. He gets within 1 at 9-8.
Thank you.
He was a little
18.
bit unlucky in that last frame. Didn't really get much of a
Steve
chance.
Davis.
Knocked that plant on.
So Steve Davis, the legend that is Steve Davis, is getting this very, very important 18th frame. Obviously, every frame important now. You're in the final session, but he doesn't want to let John Higgins get the sniff of getting level, and that's not the best break off. There's enough room around the back of the black. All the top players, when they play shots like that, they always play it as a shot for something. Now, a lot of players would play that a lot harder than that to try and get the white back in baulk. But, you know, where the white's finished now, look, it wouldn't have been anything easy, should have missed it. And if this yellow goes in, or brown, I don't know which he's playing from here. I think it's the yellow. Or it's the brown. I couldn't quite tell from this angle. But he's played a beautiful shot there. No, does the black cut in any of the corner pockets from here? It doesn't look like it does. The pink's definitely available in the middle. So black not available in either pocket, so a little bit of work to do.
Six.
And the angle he has on the pink, he can't get onto either red, either side of the black, so this is not a good chance at the moment.
Just give me a second, please, John.
Obviously, the pink won't go on its own spot, so goes directly behind its own spot in line with the black. Now, he is on this red just to the right of the black, which would open up the black in the bottom right-hand corner pocket. Does have a red to the right middle also, but
12.
maybe a good time to take this red. Just screw off the top cushion, back for the black in the same pocket, and this would certainly open things up. Wiped its feet a little bit.
13.
That's why he's just run out of position. Didn't go into the centre of the pocket. There you see it. He just caught the red on the way down.
20.
Just flicked off the red, just trying to avoid that red. There you see the little flick on the red there. That may be end of break. Possible red to left middle, but this is very, very tricky. Oh.
John Higgins, 20.
Don't think I've seen John Higgins miss a ball as far as that. If the black was available into the left-hand corner, Steve would take the long one on, but to pot that red, he'd have to screw back for blue or he bought colour. And that's not his favourite shot at the moment, the long ones. Steve's obviously a little bit reluctant to play the cut, but, you know, it's a shot that he'd pot probably at least 5 or 6 out of 10, so if it's 50-50, you're entitled to take them on. But this looks like he's decided on the safety.
It's not that good. He would have wanted that white in behind the green. And he's left this red. There's a possible shot to nothing. John will definitely be taking this on. Trying to clip this into the middle pocket, just avoid the blue.
John's face there winced a little bit. I think he felt that he'd potted it when he hit it there. You can see that he thought he'd hit it exactly as he meant to. Now, if this first red pots by the other red in the corner, he could get on the black here. Well, that's the first misjudgment I've seen Steve in a safety shot for quite some time. Caught it a little bit thinner than he meant. He's trying to obviously miss the outside of the pack and go back into baulk.
One.
Choice of pots here. Blue to left corner or yellow.
Six.
Probably go back up for blue here. Try and get a nice angle on the blue to come down to either dislodge the bunch of reds or try and get that red just to left at back is causing a few problems for him.
7.
Would have liked to have a bit more of an angle so he could disturb these reds, but he's just had a look at the red just to the right of the pack here. He's had a look at it a couple of times. I think it does go. So now he's got a nice angle where he can take the one to the left of the black as well. So
12.
Good positional shot there.
$13.
This is not great. I mean, it looks a nice easy shot to play into the bunch here, but the left-hand one of the two reds above the black, he's just looking to see if he'll push that towards the middle pocket, because if he hits the front red, he'll only get on one in the middle pocket, so he's going to have to play the stun up into the outside one. He still may have one in the corner, but this is not bound to go right. This is not a good pack. Has he got on one? It was just about the worst pack to go into from that side of the black. The other side of the black would have been okay.
I think he just has one into the right middle here, Willie. It's an acute angle, but I think we can take it on in full knowledge that he won't be leaving anything. Good shot.
21.
Just got into the cue ball, just a fraction too much. This black is not easy. If it was an exhibition frame, you'd fancy him knocking it in, but he's going to have to play, as you can see, cueing very low. You can easily hit these thick when you're playing these kind of shots. He's hit it thick, but it's gone in, and if he's on a red now, it could be end of frame.
28.
Looks like he's okay. These are worrying times for Steve Davis. John Higgins has come out of the traps very, very quickly this morning.
34.
There you see it, 54 ahead, still needs another 2 reds and 2 colours.
35.
Well, they shared the first 2 frames. They shared the first 4 frames. Since
42.
then, John Higgins has been playing catch-up all the way, and when he was 6-2 behind, we were looking at a possible major upset.
43.
It still could happen. But after 7 hours, or virtually 7 hours, 5 minutes away from 7 hours, we're going to be all square at 9-all. Steve Davis has done little wrong this morning, just 2 bad safety shots. Unlucky left a plant in the first frame, misjudged a safety shot in the second frame. So in proper time, Steve Davis is yet to have a chance to pot a ball at all in the first 2 frames, only when the frame's over.
51.
Yes, he certainly looks to be queuing a lot
58.
better than he did yesterday.
$59.
Already had a 70 break in the last frame. This is 66 now and counting.
66.
He's only had 1 century in this match so far. That was 106 in frame 15.
67.
Steve Davis had 102 on frame 7, so best of 25. Will you'd expect John Higgins
74.
to be knocking in at least 3 or 4 centuries.
Yes, it could still happen if he gets one here, of course, but
75.
the key thing for John Higgins, he'd be happy with a 70 break every frame or a 74 break every frame. He's done well, as you rightly say, Ken. He looks to be queuing a lot better this morning than he did yesterday.
82. $83. $88. 90. $93. $97.
That's the 29th century here at the Crucible this year. And what a time to get it. John Higgins' previous tie break in this match was 106. That's been eclipsed. And the break goes to 115, but more importantly, John Higgins has got level for only the 3rd time in the match. But the last time it was 2 each. This time it's 9-all.
Great crowds.
It's been great the way the public have received Steve this year. You know, standing ovation virtually every session. The fact that they've realised he's doing
Thank you,
something
the
that's
19th
unbelievable.
frame. John Higgins to break.
So John Higgins breaks off. Frame 19, all square. Now can he see this red over the middle? Has he been fortunate? Little grimace from Steve tells us he has. Again, he hasn't really seen a pot yet. Never mind miss one. I think it's one of the hardest things about playing snooker, Willie. You could be sitting in that chair and not get a shot.
Well, he's yet to score points. I mean, he had a chance of a shot to nothing that he refused earlier on and decided to play safe.
Foul.
That's a foul shot. You saw it wobble without moving a red, but
Steve
don't worry
Davis
John Higgins at all.
It's actually the same position, Johnson.
Jan Verhaas just saying the ball was actually rocked. It's in the same position it was before, so there's no need for Jan to replace the white. It seems to just rock in probably one of the little indentations from the pack of reds, but which happens after a few days. This should be the end of the tip tap in behind the black. Hopefully Steve will play tight on the cushion, but he'd like to cover the red in baulk. He doesn't want to let John play off that red in baulk. Well, he may have left the pot on. I don't know whether this red passes the other red in the corner. Probably not.
Well, I'm quite sure Steve be pleased with that. Possible double here for John Higgins, and it's just shot to nothing, so he'll certainly be taking it on. Watch the red towards the left middle.
A little bit careless there, Steve, wasn't he, leaving that on? And because, I mean, he'd have been sat down in his chair for a while again. Now he's got a chance to play a little bit more of an aggressive safety shot. Just open a few reds, which I think he's got to do. I think he can't go into his shell now. He's going to have to keep playing the way he has done.
Got to be careful here. It doesn't knock anything towards the middle pocket. And again, a bit short with the cue ball.
Well, John found a place where he can play this very difficult red in the middle as a shot to nothing. It looks a bit dangerous to me.
Certainly no gimme, is it, Will? We saw him miss one by quite a way in the last frame. Again. Similar shot to the last frame where he missed it by quite some distance. Very tricky into these middles. These middles seem a little bit tighter than the old tables we used to play on. Now your first opportunity, Steve. Good shot.
One. Little surprise, John trying to play that red in the middle. It was a red that he'd probably popped any 4 or 5 out of 10, and this was an excellent pot right into the heart of the pocket. His first chance this morning, and that's his first point on the board for Steve Davis. And to be fair, there's the 30 or 40 points is looking relatively straightforward.
6. Seven.
Steve Davis has obviously got an army of fans from
12.
all over the country and all over the world. We've had people here from Australia and all parts of Europe. And after Steve's played this red, we'll show you 4 people here from Holland. And of course, snooker in Holland is called Snooker.
13.
And there they are, the lads from Holland. Little smile because they've got their earpieces in there and they're now talking about them. That Willie Thorne was a great player, wasn't he? What do you mean, no?
$20. $21.
Well, this is going to be the first tester. Now, Steve years ago would play the pot, the black and go into the bunch. Because he's not feeling as aggressive as he used to, he may play for the single red on the pink spot. Now, I'm not saying that's not the right shot. But all I'm saying is Higgins, O'Sullivan, Hendry, Ding, Murphy would be playing into the bunch here. But Steve's playing for the loose red. This is fine if you get the good angle on the next colour. Now, if he doesn't get a good angle on the blue or black off this next red, it's end of break virtually. So he's got
28.
to take his time. I don't blame him for taking that shot on Ken, to be honest, because he hasn't been at the table.
Yeah, I think he wants to get a few points on the board, and it was a lot easier to get on this red. And if he gets on the blue or pink, as you say, he'll have a couple of opportunities with the red in the bulk area, as well as a little bit of insurance.
29.
And that's the one he's going to play on next. So drop the blue in, red in into the corner, or possibly the right middle. Try and get an angle, a nice angle on the blue. Not this time around, but obviously the next one, and into the pack from there. Needs to go a little bit, and that's okay. Now,
34.
it's imperative he leaves a lovely angle on the blue here, just to stun down into the pack and bring some more reds into play.
Well, it's a lot more difficult
55.
to go into the pack from yellow or green, and this is the reason I mentioned a few moments ago. There's some reds look almost heading towards this corner, and that's maybe the reason he's refused to get on the blue, Ken, because he probably thought that would be pushing that red plant. So you go back to the black a few moments ago when he could have definitely opened them up. If he doesn't get it, this is a difficult shot to get into them from here, and if he doesn't get into them, 39-point lead is precious little at this standard. Now, has he got a good kiss? Come on, Stevie. Very well done, sir. A little bit unlucky. OK, he's got the red on the cushion, but these are not easy at all. But the pace is going to have to play it. Very, very good shot. Deserved to be on one.
Yes, these are very tricky, particularly when you're stunning them. Putting a little bit of pace into the ball. If he was rolling this in, you'd certainly fancy him for it, but stunning these in are difficult. And there you see it. Once you're using a little bit of pace, his pockets won't take them. And he's left the red. Just hit it to the far jaw there. And it's never going to go in from there.
I think at pace, Ken, these are more of a near jaw table along the cushion. You know, they tend to take them a little bit better off the near jaw, which is unusual. You'd always go far jaw, wouldn't you, at pace on that shot?
Yeah.
But I mentioned, well, the lead's 41. If John Higgins gets under colour here, Steve Davis is second favourite in this frame. And just shows you the first 40 are easy, Ken, aren't they, really? Well, so the first 40 are difficult. The last 40 is a little bit more easier when the balls are, you know, there's a lot more room for making a bad shot. And, you know, as I said, John Higgins is now favourite for this frame.
So this is one of those frames, Woody, that really hurts an opponent when he's in first and looking like he's going to win the frame. Just runs out of position, misses a shot and leaves his opponent in to clear up.
Yep. 7.
This would be a killer blow for Steve. And here's the miss. Now, if he had to roll that in, he would have got it. There's no doubt about that. But the fact that he had to just use a little bit of pace made it so much more difficult. The only maybe saving grace here, Willie, is possibly the red closest to the right-hand side cushion. But he's got another. These 6 blacks, 6 reds with pinks or black before he even goes near that red.
Yeah, it'll be 20-odd points in front, depending on what colours he takes. So it could all,
40.
as you rightly say, can be about that. But he'll only probably need red and colour off that. Wouldn't have to go up for the yellow.
$22.
Well, now that red is out of the way. Got on there. That red, absolutely perfect.
Not perfect on blue or yellow here. I mean, yellow's the easiest shot to guarantee position. Blue, your white's coming off 2 cushions, and unless he plays with a lot of left-hand side to straighten it up off 1, he could finish a little bit nearer the cushion than he wants here. How much checks? Oh, goodness me.
John Higgins, 22.
Wow.
Can we keep the noise down, please? Thank you.
Oh, Steve, that's the miss you've been waiting for. That's the first miss from John Higgins this morning in open play where he'd have fancied him to knock it in.
One.
This is the first sign of pressure from John Higgins this morning.
Yeah, the run through off 2 cushions, Ken, would have made the pot a little easier, wouldn't it? That slow drag made it a lot more difficult pot. I didn't expect him to miss it. Now, if he could roll back the years here, Steve Davis, when he sees a little bit of weakness in a player, he used to change gear. You know, if he saw a player just suddenly finding a little bit of trouble with the winning post, Ken, he'd go bosh and just switch on, as all great players do, and punish you severely. He's going to have to do that here. He's 28 in front. This is 34. 2 more reds and colours, and he retains the lead at 10-9.
$15.
Just having a quick glance, he's 34 ahead. So, red, colour, red.
$60.
Nice little cannon on the pink there, just knocking it towards the right middle. So, little stun on the pink here, perfect for the red. This will certainly make him feel a hell of a lot better.
The first 2 frames wouldn't have hurt very much. This frame would have hurt as he got in and made his highest break of the morning session, 37, and then missed the red on the cushion. He must have sat down thinking, well, that was a chance to be 10-9 in front and I've missed it. He's been given a lifeline. He's been given another chance, and he's taken it.
23. 29. $30.
Not the perfect angle on the black, so a little exhibition shot, 2 cushions. White somewhere near the baud line and then in between yellow and brown. Always look nice, that shot, doesn't it? It always looks like it's a beautiful shot to play. You just floating the cue ball around, and it's a shot that's almost a natural, but it always looks very nice.
39.
A break of 37. Swiftly followed by this after an unexpected miss from John Higgins when he broke down on 22.
$42. $46. Yep. 46 and a frame.
So it breaks at
Steve
46 and 37. It's Steve Davis who goes back into the lead at 10 frames to 9.
Steve Davis never been behind in this match. And he's still not behind after 19 frames as he breaks off in frame 20. If he could win this frame, he'd have definitely shared the first 4, and that's what he'd come into the auditorium to do today. Just share frame for frame if you can. But once again, not the best break-off. John Higgins will take this on.
Here's the putt again. Quite a good bit away from it, but certainly got the second part of the equation. Cue ball close enough to this ball cushion makes it a little bit more tricky for Steve. Well, he could be playing the double. Is he playing the double here, would he?
You never know with Steve. Unlikely, but he may have to. The only way he can get back into balk is playing it that way. So he did play the double, or the treble. Nearly knocked the set over there with his cue.
Excellent shot. Nice tap on the table from John Higgins there, an acknowledgement. Here's Hawkeye's view. Very difficult to get the cue ball back to box, so just a containing safety shot. Drop the cue ball on this top cushion here. Oh, and that little kiss has just left Steve Davis an opportunity, and he knows it. And it's pretty straightforward. No real pressure on this shot. He won't be leaving anything.
Surprised Steve played to screw that in and off, on and off the cushion, because I think this red's on. It is. If he just played to screw back direct and just finished low on the black, it wouldn't have mattered. But he's left this pot on. I'm sure Steve wasn't aware this was the... He could leave anything on. But he has left it on and it's gone in. Oh, he can't get through the gap for the black, surely.
I don't think he can, will he? He was hoping to be on the blue, I think, but this is a bonus.
bonus. Goodness me. But he's twitching now.
John Higgins, 1.
If anything can give you confidence when your opponent misses balls, blue in the last frame. That black was easier than the blue. The only good thing for John Higgins supporters is the fact that the black's gone safe, because it makes scoring a little more difficult. The angle on the blue is not great. He can get onto 2 or 3 reds, but if he had an unfavourable angle on the blue, well, he could bring the black into play here and still have a red in the middle, but he wouldn't want to risk that because the white would finish tight on the cush with a bad kiss. So he's going to get 3 or 4 more reds and pinks and blues just to get a little bit of a lead in this frame before he plays anything risky. Not too sure the whereabouts of the pink, should he ever pot the pink where the pink would go. He'd love it to go on the black spot.
6.
The pink spot is covered, so if he can get on the pink, that would help, because the pink would go on the black spot and then it becomes a little easier, but can't do it at the moment. 2 or 3 more
7
shots he may be able to do.
13.
Yeah, Steve shaking the head there. Wanted to be straighter on this blue. He has to go in and out of balk now. There you see the angle. If he was straighter on this blue, he could just screw back for one of these reds to the bottom right-hand corner pocket. So he's got a bit of work to do with the cue ball here. He's got to avoid brown and green. Well, he's looking at just dropping it in and leaving a middle distant red.
I think if the red wasn't on the baulk cushion, Ken, he could force it through the yellow and brown with left-hand side and come around 2 cushions, but that red's right in the way. Now, in the good old days, you'd fancy him knocking this in and probably holding for the pink.
18.
But, you know, these are a little bit of his Achilles heel at the moment, these long mid-range shots at distance, and he's hampered with the red on the cushion as well.
Yeah, it's such a surprising shot, Willie. I mean, he didn't actually check to see whether that red was actually in his way. Now he's a little bit conscious of it. It just makes this shot a little bit more difficult. Big shot. Excellent pot. Just gone a little bit too far. Needs to bounce off the cushion. Good pot, but still a lot of work to do. Right in the heart of the pocket, hoping to stay on the blue. And these shots, as we've seen a couple of times yesterday, when he was digging down on the cue ball, white does tend to bounce a little bit, so he missed a few of these yesterday. Well, he decided just to drop it in, didn't he? Well, he didn't decide to try and come up and get close to these reds.
Yeah, good shot though. If he was dead straight on this, it'd be no problem, but he's got that similar angle again now, and he may have to play the pink, because I can't see a way he can force it through the same gap as he did on the previous red. But he found a different gap. These are the sides. He's working hard. That was his 1000th point in this match. John Higgins at 9.56. So both players, I would imagine, before the end of the match will pass the 1000 comfortably. Now, anything but a kiss. Excellent shot, well played. Probably a foot too far, but still okay. Now, is there any plants on anywhere? Because there's only one remaining loose red at the back of the bunch, which you can get on just rolling it in, but the white's going to come pretty close to the cushion. That red next to the pink, I think that pots. Oh, that would help if you can get on that. Don't know whether you can hit it slow enough to get on that. May have to play for the bottom red of the pack. He felt he could hold it. It all depends on the kiss he's going to get on the pink. He doesn't want to push the pink on the cushion. There's still a little bit of work to do in this frame yet.
35.
I think he might play the loose one here, will he? And then go back up for the pink. Pink or blue, maybe. I don't think the pink spots if he pots it after this red, so that will help, and that shot tells us it doesn't spot.
36.
He's played that very well. Just another fraction would have been a little bit better, but he's okay. He can stun this pink in. Not the pink, the red that's on the pink spot, but certainly the red below it goes into this bottom right-hand corner pocket, so...
Just to see whether these two reds, well, he can the bottom one of those two can do. Well, he's going to have to finish low on it, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's going to have to finish low on those. That second red, the one in the middle of the pack, he's coming around to see how low he's got to be. It'd be no problem because the pink's going on the black spot, and then he can just run through and it'll clear the pink spot as well. So it'll quickly go back on its own spot. From the camera angle we showed you a few moments ago, it didn't look too much of a problem to get onto this red. If he feels it's not, he can play the pink on and off the cushion, come back for the red in the same pocket as the pink. We know that pots. Oh, has he gone far enough, Ken?
I think he's okay. Even if he hasn't
42.
gone far enough, he can use a little bit of side just to flick the angle, flick the red into the pocket. This has been an excellent break from Steve. He's had to work very, very hard for this break. Been in and out of balk a couple of times.
49.
This is the key shot. An angle and colour to bring another red into play. It's 48 in front. Red and blue will be 54. So he needs red and colour after this red. Does he risk playing for the red in balk off the blue? Oh no, just when the winning post appeared.
Steve Davis, 49.
Well, you heard the sigh from Steve as he left the table. That was pressure. Well, having seen the two shots he's missed previously, John Higgins, how do you knock those in? He's got an angle on the yellow or brown to go into the bunch. One cushion with a little bit of left-hand side. This gets him right back into the frame. Oh, how unlucky is that? How at that pace could you stick to those? That's incredible.
5.
Well, he could play this shot 100 times and not stick on the reds like that. That is quite incredible.
Higgins, 5.
Missed it the first time. Well, he hasn't left the touching ball, so.
A 43-point lead is massive where the green and black are at the moment for Steve. So he could risk playing to pot this and hold for the pink in the middle, because he can play it as a shot to nothing.
Yes, he's just coming around just to have a look. He leaves the white just a couple of inches left of that red. There's a possibility of potting this around into the left middle. And there's Hawkeye's interpretation of the shot. Now, as long as he doesn't hit the far knuckle of the middle pocket here, where the red will come back towards him. If he hits a play for almost a near jaw, should he miss it? That's okay.
You see, I would never ever question Steve Davis's shot selection, because he's one of the greatest players of all time, but sometimes you can be a little too negative. That was a shot to nothing, Ken, and a chance to win the frame, and he refused to have a go at it.
Yes, and you can tell from where the cue ball finished, he certainly wasn't intending on potting that red.
I can't quite think what John's thinking of here, because there's no easy safety shot. He's being forced into have a go at this red, Ken, and just get the white possibly over the other side for the blue, and just hope the red goes safe if he misses it, but that's dangerous.
Well, I don't know. I think he could try and double it across, bring the white up and down through balk, back down towards this bottom right-hand corner pocket.
Maybe you leave the two reds in the middle, don't you, below the pink?
If he gets close to the top cushion. Well, that's okay.
The only problem is he knows he's going to be in trouble, but he's not worried, because that red's now coming off the cushion, which Steve will have to play. He's reluctant to do so, though. I think where the black and green is, Ken, you know, you don't really worry about where the reds are at the moment. You just got to win the safety battle.
Well, if he leaves the cue ball somewhere around there, he could snooker John Higgins on all reds. It'll be a very difficult shot for John Higgins. So
I think this is where you can overthink, Ken, isn't it? Like I say, if the green and black were on its spots, I would excuse Steve for not moving this red off the cushion. But John Higgins is going to move. He's going to leave a chance for John Higgins to move the red off the cushion in a couple of shots' time. So he might as well do it now himself and try and get the snooker where you suggested. And if he knocks one in from here, good luck to him, but green and black are still safe.
Yes, and that's a good shot. He'd be happy that that red went close to that right-hand side cushion there. But John Higgins may take the opportunity to bring that back into play now. So it's a game of cat and mouse at the moment. This could go in and go close. I'm surprised he didn't play it with a little bit more pace. And if it didn't go in, it would come away from the pocket, and that's a bad shot from John Higgins.
Yeah, Steve's won the safety battle. That was an excellent safety he played at the previous visit.
Missed that by a very long way.
He just wasn't trying to do anything with the white, Ken, was he? Just trying to pot it and just drift the cue ball back up to the baulk end of the table. And missed it by the proverbial mile. So an unexpected chance for John Higgins, but once again we talk about green and black. It'll be a clearance of monumental task actually to clear from here, but if you get back in the frame, that's the key thing.
Yes, I know he's going to need the green, but I don't think he'll worry about that too much. It is in an ideal position for a possible double, so he'll be just concentrating on trying taking these reds with blues and pinks for the moment. First opportunity to get the pink back on its spot.
Both players have obviously shown a little bit of tension creeping in this morning. Both players have missed easy shots, and this is exactly what you'd expect here at the Crucible. I don't know whether Higgins has played that very well. Goodness me, he's shaking his head. Got to be higher in the pink. I think he's finished straight. Well, he's going to have to go round the back of these two reds, and this could go wrong. If he kisses one of these two reds, he may be on nothing. Needs to miss the kiss. Okay, he puts them in a potable position, but he gave himself plenty to do with that pink.
20.
That could, if he'd have caught that second red half ball on the left, Ken, he'd have been on nothing.
Yes, he just hit it with enough pace just to bring them into play.
21.
This is a massive frame for both players. Steve Davis looked like he was going to take the advantage to 2 frames, but for that miss, 149, red to left middle. He's suffering in his chair at the moment.
Yes, if this wasn't such an important stage of the match, you may leave an angle on this red to bring the green into play, but that's far too dangerous, so he would try to possibly leave a half ball blue, which gives him the opportunity
27.
of either bringing the green into play or just getting onto the blue at an angle to just drop on the yellow. He's looking at the angle now, he can play up for the blue.
Yes, as I said earlier, I don't think he's worried about the green. I think if he gets on, I think that green is in an ideal position for a double. Be interesting to see whether he wishes to take it out. Well, he's gone up for the brown.
28.
He's tried to leave an angle on this brown just to knock the green out. He has a little angle on the brown. He's just having a quick look.
I think if he can't guarantee coming on and off the cushion, it's too risky, isn't it? And the angle he's got on the brown, I think it's too straight to make sure he gets on and off the cushion. It's risky.
He could hit this green full ball and leave his white on the cushion here. So, big shot. Oh, well, he's actually knocked it into a more difficult position now. The double is not on. 32. He has a slight angle on the yellow.
He's going to have to play the kiss again, and you can see here, if he catches it half ball, it's perfect. quarter ball, no good. He's looking at where he needs to get for the double you suggested, but as you mentioned, the green's now been moved and it's not a natural double. That's where he needs to finish, about a foot below the blue. But do you risk that and risk snookering yourself on the blue?
Well, he could try and force this yellow in and try and get close to the green and maybe even take it into one of these, this bottom right-hand corner pocket.
Not the tallest of lads, and I think a little accident appeared.
That was a bit sore, John. Have another go.
He's risk getting on the double, Ken. Has he snookered himself?
34.
He hasn't. Will he play it? He will.
I think it's a very difficult shot. I'm not quite sure where it's on. I think that green, it looks just a little bit too close to this right middle. It's not straightforward one anyway.
Yeah, a little bit thicker the double kiss would be on, but I think he's got to take it on. I think he's got back into this frame unexpectedly. What a big shot this is.
Oh, he's got it. Has he got it? Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Look where he's landed on the ground. Both players looked anxiously at the cue ball there. Steve Davis willing it to slow up. John Higgins willing it to keep going on.
Well, this, if he clears from here, this is an unbelievable clearance.
41.
Anywhere on the table but there.
John Higgins, 41.
Well, Steve Davis started with a break of 49. Could have, maybe should have been more. John Higgins replied with a fabulous 41. Unlucky to come off the table so soon. What a frame this is now. Both over 1,000 points. More importantly, Steve Davis is 2 balls away from leading 11-9.
It's amazing. Well, even the audience on the other side of the arena, they haven't, most of them haven't left. They're still involved in this. There you see them, anxiously waiting the outcome of this frame.
Brilliant safety shot. It's one of those where Steve may have to risk taking the blue up towards the black. Any other safety shot, it could be a little bit more risky in leaving a long pot on. How do you see this safety, Ken?
It's very difficult, isn't it? You could try and just play a quarter ball, right? Blue.
Push it on the cushion, yeah.
Push it on the cushion, on the right-hand side cushion. White on the left-hand side cushion, but it's a risky shot.
Would you think at this length, Ken, you'd be worried about the drift and things like that, and you could leave the pot on?
Yeah, it's always a possibility. I prefer him to try and hit the right-hand side of the blue and bring the white down towards the pink and black. Okay, he may leave the blue on to the yellow pocket, but at least he may have a chance of covering it. Let's see how he feels about it.
Don't think there's anything wrong with that. The only problem for Steve, if John Higgins had shot the blue and missed the kiss on the black, he may risk taking this on. Because he's bound to come across twice across for the pink. If he doesn't kiss the black here, he'll take it on. Yes, the pace he's playing, he'll probably just miss the kiss on the black, so he's taking it on. What a big shot this is. Oh, he got a kick. He had a horrible kick. He's not fluked the snooker, has he? What a horrible kick that was. But look where the whites finished for Steve Davis to play the blue slowly. Oh, dear. Keep an eye on the white here. Everything explodes here. Big bounce on the blue, big bounce on the white. Illustrious career has played many pressure shots. There wasn't many too bigger than that one. You saw his, as you see it the second time, you saw the intake of breath there, having potted it. This to go into the interval leading 11-9, having lost the first 2 frames. So far, Steve Davis knows how important that was. John Higgins a little bit unlucky to get the kick on the blue, but well done, Steve Davis. He lost the first 2 frames, he's won the next 2. He leads 11-9 at the mid-session interval. And boy, was that a big frame, frame 20. Did that early on in the match, didn't he? Broke off. We thought he'd left the red over the middle. Snooker behind the brown for the red over the middle. Snooker behind the yellow for the pack. And exactly the same thing's happened again.
Thanks, Steve.
Well, if he did it that well, it may be touching.
It's touch and go, that one, John. Yep.
Notice there, Jan Verhaas pointed to the red it was touching because it obviously looks like it could be almost touching all 3, but the referee always makes sure that he points out which ball it's touching to make sure he doesn't move that ball. Very clever shot. I think he may have just left enough room to, he can't quite see the red, to play cushion first and still bring the red back at this end of the table. Yeah, that's what he's done. So Steve was a little bit unlucky there. But there again, John Higgins was a little unlucky there. Now, the reason that's a lot better than it first looks, I thought the white was going to drift away from the green, but the avenue John's got in the pack now is slightly cut off from that loose red. So he may have to play this 2 cushions into the pack rather than 1.
foul. And a miss. Steve Davis 6.
Just clipped the pink, so Steve will ask the white to be replaced.
Thank you, John. Okay.
Same shot again. I think he's got it this time. He's okay. Or has he come too far? Yeah, he's okay. Good shot. Again, a typical example of the way Steve has played in this match, particularly his safety shots. Didn't want to bring any reds into play. Try and keep the pack as tight as possible.
Should John Higgins go on to lose this match, he'll kick himself for the number of times he's won 2 frames on the trot to get back into it, then all of a sudden lost the next 2. On 2 occasions he won the first 2 of the mini session of 4 and then lost the next 2, but that's down to Steve Davis's great play, especially in the last 2 frames of the session we've just seen.
Well, it's not the best shot he's ever played.
John Higgins,
and again,
4.
Willie, a very similar shot. He had the left-hand side of this pack to play off. He decided to play the containing safety shot. Oh, watch this shot. Okay, he's gone and off. He's left John Higgins. But why didn't he just come down the left-hand side of the table? Okay, he was going to bring a few reds into play, but, you know, for someone of Steve Davis's class.
You've just hit the nail on the head, because he's bringing a few reds into play. I think he, for the first time in the match, he may now be trying to protect his lead. Doesn't want to change his game plan at this stage.
1.
Just told me.
Now this is the key shot already. It's not a great pack to go into from the black. It's a better from the blue, but it doesn't have an angle to get top side of the blue.
Thank you. 7.
It's a lot better pack to go into from using the cushion than it is from playing low, and that's
8.
what he's played. Now, the only thing that can go wrong here, he can banana and hit the pink full ball. If it hits the pink full ball, he may not be on anything, he may stick to the pink. So he's got to hit one of these balls, half ball.
John Higgins.
Can you believe it?
8.
You can miss anything under pressure. Really tried to get into that pack, didn't he? How hard did he hit that? He missed the black by a mile.
Now, if you can put this red and try and stun across for the black, get it back on its spot.
John Higgins 4.
He once again refused to play the aggressive shot, try to play everything as a shot to nothing at the moment. Ken called out the shot to get on the black because he'd have had a chance to score heavily if the black's back on its spot. Unlucky to go enough, I suppose, but it was all on. Not easy to get back into baulk now because of the red on the right-hand side of the table. There's just enough room to go around the back of it, but that would be very risky to play the safety shot off the pack and go around the back of that red. And playing it thin, it's tough to get the white safe. That's the line my colleague Ken Doherty's put up there, but Steve decided to play inside the red. Both lines would have been good. And he's played a very, very good safety there. The red was causing all the problems. The red on the right-hand side. And it's causing all the problems now for John Higgins. What a safety shot that was. That was first class.
Yes, fantastic shot this is. Watch how close he gets to this red on the right-hand side cushion. Excellent. Knowing full well that if he gets the white back into baulk, that red would be a problem for John Higgins and his path back to baulk. So John may have to play a similar shot here.
I didn't realise in real time how close he did get to that red coat of paint from hitting the red.
This is risky. It's very risky. And I think he's left the red here. I think the red just to the right of the black nearest the bottom right hand corner pocket. I think there's a path through to that red. If the pink spot is covered here, Willie, I think he could try and pot this red and take the red off the black spot and still be on the pink. Looks like he's gone up for the blue.
One.
Good shot. Good pace on the cue ball.
He can certainly get rid of the red that's on the black spot now if he wants to. He has a perfect angle on the blue to get on choice of 3 reds here. Just hope Steve doesn't go a little bit negative in this break building thing here, because until he gets pink or black in open play, pink's in open play at the minute, but he may be tied up when potting it, and keep going up and down for the blue is going to be tough. He needs that black back onto its spot when he gets rid of the red on the black spot, which is not now. So this is where you've got a problem, you see, when you're trying to go it top side of the blue all the time. That's why it can go wrong. So only 7 points and he's in trouble.
Oh, he's played that very well. That's an excellent positional shot. Always very difficult to avoid. Kiss on the brown or yellow, green there. Now must get top side of the blue here again.
13.
He's certainly got top side of the blue. He's overhit it by at least a couple of feet.
It was certainly in his mind the previous shot he played, wasn't it, where he finished short. And that's the way to play it though, Ken, isn't it? You know, overhit rather than underhit, because at least you've got baulk colour. Red on the black spot is a must here.
Can we just turn the earpieces down a little bit, thank you? 70.
A little bit unlucky with the kiss there. I don't know whether the red still pots in the middle. If it does, he maybe just roll it in slowly for the pink. So it could have been a little bit of both there, a little bit of good luck and a little bit of bad luck. The bad luck, obviously, he wanted to play the red on the black spot. The good luck, he may have a second choice that he didn't think was there. Well, do you think there's a little bit of adrenaline flowing in his arm there? He just overscrewed that by 6 or 7 inches.
Thank you. 24. $25.
Well, Steve knows it's the right shot to play the yellow in the middle, but you can almost see his facial expression there, wondering whether just to roll in behind the yellow. He knows the right shot's playing the pot.
Yes, I think the fact that the balls are tightly packed there is a big target for John Higgins should Steve Davis snooker him, so it's definitely worth taking the pot on.
Just wondering whether he's planning to nudge the black over the corner and stay on the red on the black spot. No, perfectly played for the red, and congratulations Steve Davis. He took the bull by the horns there, and if he's straight on this red, it's a little unfortunate. That was a very good
27.
It just has a slight angle, just to miss the black. Just tried to pinch a little bit with the pocket
Steve Davis, there. 27.
Just watch him try and pinch the pocket just to avoid the black here in the side cushion, and just overdid it slightly.
Yeah, looking at the angle we looked there, he probably could have just screwed in behind the black there. I'm surprised he tried to play a power shot for the blue, but you know, this is the Steve hasn't been under this pressure for 10 years. He's never been in the cauldron, you know, where he's got a chance of beating one of the game's great players now. He's just seeing things slightly more different than he would do normally. But he's playing great.
Thanks. Okay, John. Thank you. 1.
I think the red just at the bottom of the pack goes into this bottom left-hand corner pocket, so doesn't need to make a cannon. Well, he's gone for the split, and he's been very lucky, and that's a good result. He's also brought the black into play, and that certainly helps.
Okay.
Just have a look at this. Brought the black into play, knocked it over the pocket. Great opportunity for John Higgins.
Five.
Well, this is undoubtedly the biggest frame of the match so far for John Higgins, 12-9 behind. You would fancy Steve Davis to definitely win the match. 11-10.
12.
Still anybody's match. He'll be playing for definitely a baulk colour here. Won't risk playing for the blue in case he gets the wrong side of it.
13.
Doesn't want to kiss the blue. It could be under break as far as easily get onto a red, unless he's dead straight on the blue. That was a careless shot from John. there's a way of playing around the 3 cushions there. That red at the bottom of the pink there will pot. Now, he's hit it hard enough to get to the bottom of Ken's line. He has. Dennis Taylor, eat your heart out there, okay?
16.
Great shot. Doesn't appear to be any more reds on after this red, so he needs an angle on the black to play a cannon into the pink. So this is the big shot now. If this goes right, John Higgins can win the frame at 1 visit. The biggest shot as he's played in the match so far, this. Good a shot as he's played in the match so far.
24.
Had to miss the kiss on the pink. He couldn't afford to stick on that. Could and should win the frame from here. There's a different pressure now. You can
25.
miss anything at this stage.
$28. $29. Yeah.
Well, it's one of those where just a touch of right-hand side. If he plays it plain ball, he's going to be close to the red. So he's going to have to play this with a touch of right-hand side. He's played the stun run through here. Wanted to go through about another 2 inches to make this black an absolute unmissable. The fact that he's got to play just with a little bit of right-hand side, got to be a little careful here. You can always hit these thin. Did hit it thin, but good enough to go in. The lead 19. Red colour yellow. And he's back in the match at 11-10.
$37. $39. $41. $44.
Nice and crowd acknowledge. That's frame ball. Big frame for John Higgins, this.
48.
He had a couple of very tough matches on his way to winning the World Championship last year. Beat Jamie Cope 13-12, and of course Mark Selby 13-12 as well. So
53. And frame.
Well, a frame that Steve Davis got in first and probably went favourite to win it. He tried to pinch the pocket to get up to the blue ball colour. He missed it. John Higgins cleared with a fabulous 59. He's now closed to within 1 at 11-10.
$22. Steve Davis to break.
Well, for Steve Davis supporters, every frame is massive. Can John Higgins draw level again? See the difference here? John Higgins is always looking for the aggressive safety shot to bring reds into play and obviously keep the black in open play. Not played that one well, though. If he's not hampered by the brown, he could take this on, but the brown's come to his rescue.
Yes, this is a possible angle. This red can just squeeze between the black and the red there. It's a nice pathway back to the blue or the bulk area, so worth the risk. Oh, he's missed it by a mile. He's got away with it. Unless John is on this red into the right middle. Which I don't think he is. It's touching ball, so he's been very fortunate there, Steve.
Just decelerated, Trent, didn't he? He didn't get through the long pod at all. You've got to hit those pacey, and of course by the time the white got to the red, the stun had disappeared.
That was a very difficult pot John Higgins took on, and he's left Steve another great opportunity. Oh. The pressure is telling on both players out there now. I think, Willie, the fact that, as you said, Steve Davis hasn't been in this position for a good many years. The question is, will he freeze? Will he tighten up?
One.
Well, I think we've seen it already in this frame, and the latter part of the last frame, it's the first time he's thinking. He's just gone a little bit like, I'm close to winning, rather than... That's the problem. The older you get, you're almost playing matches where you try not to lose rather than go all out at one shot to win, and all of a sudden Steve, I think, has saw the winning post. He can still win this match, make no mistake the way he's playing, but he cannot afford to miss those.
John Higgins would have loved to have been slightly further down the table with this cue ball. Take the easy red into the middle and try and get that black back on its spot.
Seven.
I'm not quite sure where you can avoid these two reds on the side cushion. May just be able to get by them. Well, no, he couldn't. That's why he tried to go into them, and
13.
It could be end of break. Tried to use the outside of that red to come back off the bottom cushion here and get back up for the blue or ball colours, but got it too full, so.
Brown ball. John Higgins, 13.
Well, John Higgins' body language tells me this is cuttable, and it obviously is. Well, 100 mile an hour, I think he'd miss the pack, but it wouldn't be a bad thing to go into the pack off the back cushion at pace. Well, he has managed to miss the pack. Needs that white to slow down. Needs some sort of kiss. He's got a kiss.
One.
But not a good one. In fairness, that may have looked easy, but that was a really tough pot on the blue. As you can see, he couldn't easily get onto a red. So John Higgins has been a little bit fortunate there to having left the red over the middle, that Steve couldn't get onto a colour nicely. And that's unlike John Higgins. That was a very poor safety. Well, we talk about fractions. Steve Davis's body language tells me that this is possibly potable off the cush, but it's a great shot he played there.
Well, the fact that it's not actually over the pocket, it's not in the jaws of the pocket, makes this shot off the cushion a lot more difficult.
It's one of those, Ken, if you get the pot, you miss the pack of reds, but if you slightly hit this thick trying to get back into baulk, you're going to count into the reds and pink. This is dangerous.
You didn't say you could miss it altogether, Willie.
Miss Steve Davis. One.
Well, he's only got one loose red really he can get onto. He's going to have to try, and he'd like to get stunned behind it to get onto the red in the opposite middle. But obviously that wasn't quite on, and he's not played this very well. It's worth the risk here, playing this to screw it in, especially if you can get up for the black as well. That would help. He knows it's the right shot. He's just got to convince himself he's going to have to play it. You can see him almost talking himself into playing the shots now when he knows it's the right shot.
Excellent pot. Excellent pot. And a lovely kiss on the black.
7.
Now, has he got the angle? Drop the black into the right middle. Go into the pack and still be on this red into the left middle. I think he's just got the angle. Good shot. Oh, he just didn't hit it hard enough, did he? Is he on this red into the bottom left-hand corner pocket? I'm not quite sure from this
14.
angle, but he just should have hit it with a little bit more pace there, Willie.
In fairness, the way the reds are split, Ken, I think it's a little bit unlucky to stick to him, but I agree with you. A little bit more pace obviously would have been good, but I think it wasn't too bad. But I suppose in fairness, you can say it's unlucky not to be on something easier than this. It will pot this red. Now the direct line is almost kissing into the red that's up near the blue there on the left-hand side as we look, so it may have to play just with a tad of side to miss that kiss. Yeah, he knew that he was going to miss the kiss.
Steve Davis,
thought he might
14.
risk playing for the blue. Well, how do you like these dead slow to get on the black when you're 11-10 behind? decided it was far too risky to play the slow roll for the black, so played a little bit pacier to get onto the blue. The tension is mounting. I don't think any player is going to win a frame at one visit at the minute. It's going to be a little succession of 30s, 40s, I think. Who's going to get over the line in the end?
Six.
I think this red does pot, so... Well, I thought he was taking the one just at the bottom of the pack. I still think that does go, so... Just take this red, release the black from that pocket. And
7.
I think that red just at the bottom of the pack, directly above the black goes, so... If you can just get low on that red, you can certainly pot it and bring some more reds into play. Just try and stay below the red here. Doesn't want to be straight on it, and I think that's just perfect.
14.
With the blue being on its spot, it's worth the risk here, bouncing the cue ball through the pack, because he'd be unlucky not to, but he's actually playing the screw, which means he's not bound to be top side of them. I suppose
15.
he took a risk because the yellow was where it was, but not perfect on anything here.
No, I think he's been a bit unlucky there with the kiss on the brown. It's just covered the yellow. He knew that was like almost insurance. Still okay on the green, but it's a little bit more difficult than he would have liked. Just played that very well. Excellent shot.
Yep.
Just
18.
get the cue ball cleaned. Just compose himself.
$19.
Just gone a little low on the black here. May have to possibly go into the two reds just below the pink here. He's played that very well. Plays that very well. And that's brought those reds into play now.
26.
13 points ahead, so won't need that difficult red on the right side
27.
cushion. 4 reds and colours here.
Sure.
We'll put the
Cuba, yeah.
safely away.
Steve Davis has been in front throughout this match. Higgins levelled at 1-all, he levelled at 2-all, he levelled at 9-all. Every time Higgins has got level, Davis has won the next frame. Will the pattern continue in the next frame should Higgins win this to level again at 11-all?
$34. $35. $41.
Well, taking red and pink, it would be 42 in front with 43, and I just wonder whether he's going to risk playing for the black there, but he didn't do it, so he needs this other red, which looks relatively straightforward. If it was early on in the match, you would say it would be relatively straightforward. Probably stunned behind it in the other middle to give himself a more fuller pocket to play at. This is game ball, though, so he's risking leaving the slightly more difficult red, but under normal
48.
circumstances, this would be a certainty. This is not normal anymore. Well, in it goes. John Higgins is dug very deep from 11-9 behind. The previous frame could have gone either way. Undoubtedly, this frame could have gone either way. But John Higgins has won them both.
$56. John Higgins.
59 in the previous frame, 56 in that frame, and John Higgins has done what he had to do. He had to dig deep to get level. He's done it again. We're all squared, 11 all.
A little bit of right-hand side here.
Well, I've got to be honest, I think he's very unlucky there. He's played the run-through to force through the other red to slow the pace of the cue ball down, thinking he would hold for the black. Now, at first glance, you would think he'd play the outside of the two reds, but that's going to go into the bunt. So look how he's playing to hit that red full ball. If he hits it full ball, it slows the white down. Unfortunately for him, it's just caught it quarter ball. Probably just potted the red in the left-hand side of the pocket that threw the white a bit wider. A little unlucky there.
A little unlucky, and he's got a very difficult shot here. He still may leave this red over the left-hand corner pocket.
Well, both referee and Jan Verhaas unaware there, but Steve Davis definitely played a foul there. Just keep an eye on the cue ball here. Just he touched the red there, but obviously, you know, he wouldn't have noticed it. But we had the option of watching the slow-mo camera, and we did see it rock. But let's hope that it doesn't cost John Higgins anything there. Yeah, I'm glad there wasn't an easy safety shot there. So it's okay now. It's not going to make a lot of difference. The jaws of the green pocket is the safe area, isn't it, with blue and pink where it is to cover that red. But anything thick, and you don't get the cue ball where you want. My colleague Ken's put the other white in there, which that's where he'd love to finish, but got to be careful you don't catch the jaws of the middle pocket on the way back if it's slightly thicker than you want. It's a big target though, it's a massive target area to get it safe. Now, has he missed the jaws of the middle? He has. Has he hit it hard enough? Any sort of pot that's on, John Higgins will take it on at the moment. I think he's covered everything. Well, he needs a bit of help here. I think he can possibly get through to this red. It's just travelled that extra inch.
Well, that was an excellent safety shot from John Higgins. You can't hit this red direct over. There is a possible plant, of course, but fraught with danger. I think you can just about see the red that's just to the right of the black there. I think you can just see the outside edge of that, but it has to be almost perfect to get back up in a similar position to where he is now, so this is very, very difficult.
Got to hit this really thin. And that's just about as good as you could have played. As good as you could have played. How do you like those apples? What a fabulous safety
That was
shot.
probably one of the best safety shots that you're likely to see in this championship. Brilliant. Not many players in the world could play this shot. And just have a look at this. Pinpoint. Almost exactly the same position of where his cue ball was. Fantastic shot. Now.
Well, he's playing a 3-ball plant, amazing enough. And for only the reason to probably clear the pocket a little bit. He's going to have to rely on good fortune if he doesn't get a good white. Well, it went in direct. Do we know that potted direct? Did he come round and have a look, or was he just playing to play red onto red? Let's have a little look. Yeah, it did pot
Green
direct,
ball.
but only just, didn't it?
John Higgins, 1.
Well, that's not his best. I'm surprised he didn't tuck it right in behind the green there. Steve Davis can get through to this 2-ball plant, but this is one of those, goodness me. This is 3 out of 10 you'd get the plant here. Well, he's not playing the plant. He's found a containing safety shot, and what a good effort that was. Well played. Didn't even think that was possible from that distance.
Well, Jan Haas is called touching ball, and that's slightly unlucky for Steve Davis because John Higgins can roll this cue ball back up into balk. If that wasn't touching ball, it would have been so much more difficult to get it into balk and not leave this red over the left-hand corner pocket. So he's been a little bit unlucky again.
Actually, just looking at it, Kenny's been unbelievably unlucky. That would have been hard to get into balk if it wasn't touching.
This looks pretty good. Has he found the gap? Well,
You betcha. John Higgins is smiling as he goes back, and I think the top red may pass the other red. There you can see the gap. Does the top red of the two pass the red direct? If it does, he'll take it on. What a big shot this is. I can't believe he didn't get the snooker there.
Excellent pot. And deserved the kiss on the red to be on the blue here. That was very, very good. He's going to need a little good shot here.
6.
Possibly with the rest. I'm not quite sure whether that red passes. On just to the left of the pink spot, it doesn't, so. He hasn't missed many of these, it has to be said. He's an excellent rest player.
This is such strange surroundings for Steve, because it's been probably 8-10 years since he's been under this
7.
kind of pressure, since he's had this kind of adrenaline running through his body. Obviously he's done it a million times before, but not for such a long time, and if he can hold himself together, it'll be a monumental performance. It really would.
I think the last time Steve Davis played John Higgins in the World Championship was exactly 10 years ago. And John Higgins just pipped Steve Davis 13-11 in that match.
There's nothing easy at this stage. I mean, if this was kind of in the first session of the best of 25 in county, you would say, well, this is
13.
a great chance to win the frame at one visit. It's a different story now. Davis is obviously favourite to go 12-11, but you wouldn't want to be having your mortgage on it at the moment.
14.
Yes, and really needs this red away from this corner pocket, left-hand corner pocket here. So the black will go, bring that into play. So we could just drop the blue in here, just leave a nice angle somewhere. Leave the white close to the blue. Just a straightforward angle on this red over the left-hand corner pocket, back up for the blue, and then free up the black there. So that would be the easiest option.
Nothing wrong with playing this kind of shot, but it's one of those where, once again, if you don't get perfect on the blue, you're not
19.
bound to get back in among the reds. So top side of the blue is a must.
20.
There lies the problem now. Had a good chance to take that red away. Now he's going to have to play a cannon to try and hold the white here.
I think he should make path for the pink here by playing a cannon. He's on the red, so that's okay. If he can screw in behind the black and get on the black in the same pocket,
25.
Chance to win the frame at one visit. If he can't, still a little bit of work to do. Well, I'm only presuming he got a bad contact, but playing it the way he did, it would have been a little easier to play round the back of the black off one cushion. He's played a direct screw and got a horrible contact.
Blue ball. Steve Davis, 26.
Well, we mentioned, didn't we, that it was going to be hard to win a frame at one visit, and there you can see why. When the tension's on, OK, he may have had a bad contact on the red, he may have decelerated a little bit and didn't get into the cue ball, but with this tension, everything is difficult. John Higgins will be absolutely delighted to have got back to the table, trailing by only 10. And this time, he's played a safety shot from heaven. This is the shot where I don't know whether he decelerated, he feels he got a bad contact. There was two ways of playing it. Hawkeye's going to show you a way where he goes around the back of the black. Steve Davis played it a direct screw shot. Has this gone too wide? It's gone too wide.
Foul.
Now, if it's tight on the cushion, it's not too bad. If it's not tight on the cushion, this is tricky red to play.
Yep.
Matter of fact, Ken, I don't see how he can get on the black. That's why he's put it back.
I think he was going into the red. Had he tried to attempt that red into the right-hand corner pocket, he was careering into the red just above it, so quite rightly putting them back.
Well, now we can say that was too risky, but before the shot, Steve felt that the shot he played previously was bound to leave those two reds, and he took the risk of playing the more aggressive safety, but it could be very costly. It's just a case of whether he can get onto a colour from this red. And he hasn't got on it nicely. I know he's on the black, but he's not got on it nicely. You don't need these at this stage of the game. Cut backs into the corner when it's not on its spot.
Sure.
And he's going to have to play the cannon to hold the cue ball. This is horrible. Yeah, I've got to be honest, I didn't fancy to pot that at all. It may have looked like a bad miss, but it was the red was the bad shot. I mean, what you don't want to do is leave yourself low on a black like that when it's not on its spot. That was missable. But he's got the black safe. That's the only good thing about that shot from John Higgins. Steve Davis is going to have to work on pink and blue.
Very cued in that very, very well. Is he lucky? He's okay. He's fine. He's on the pink. And that was a great shot.
4 reds, 4 colours. After this pink, to go 12-11. And those 2 reds on the back cushion are not good with the black where it is. They're going to have to be
7.
But pink only. This is not necessarily going to get these 4 reds and colours.
Well, he's 12 points ahead, so
8.
should he get 3 pinks with these 3 reds, and then he'll only need the last red, so he could just drop it in without needing a colour. So that's what it'll be going through his mind. $19 points ahead, so 2 reds, 2 pinks.
14.
33, he'll just want to get behind that last red that's close to the top cushion. Just drop it in along the top cushion.
15.
Still got a lot of work to do. Looking very composed, has to be said.
This is a great performance, isn't it, from Steve?
21.
Well, you would have to consider he's probably not 30 or 40 points a good a player as he was 10 years ago. To have the world champion in trouble like this is absolutely excellent. Now, can he get, as Ken mentioned, close enough to make this red, just to roll it in and not worry about anything? Doesn't have to get onto a colour from this last red, just pot the red if he gets the pink, obviously. Now, this is it. Now, this looks straightforward, but the fact that the white has gone on the cushion means this now is 28. A slightly blind pocket. Is John Higgins ever going to get in front in this match? Possibly not.
Frame ball coming up. He's just got to give it a chance to get into the pocket. Just drop it almost dead weight. It's there. Great shot. Fantastic shot.
Every time John Higgins is drawn level, he's done it on 3 occasions, 4 occasions now. Steve has won the next frame. He's made many, many good breaks in his career. I think he'll enjoy that 35 as much as a lot of the centuries he's made.
35 and the frame.
And the concession comes. What an epic frame that was. Both players have had chances, but Steve, when he had to, pulled out a magnificent break of 35 to pinch it, and he leads again at 12-11.
This angle looks pretty good.
20.
On 5 occasions he's levelled the match, and on 5 occasions he's lost the next frame. Can he, for the first time, if he wins this frame, win the match and go in front at the right time?
26.
Last year he was 12-10 down to Jamie Cope. This corresponding round, he came back and won the last 3 frames to go through 13-12. Had another nail biter
27.
against Mark Selby in the quarterfinals. Pipped him 13-12, and then, of course, went on to win the World Championship.
Just as the black disappears and it's replaced, we've gone past the 9-hour mark. I've got to be honest, I don't think
34.
I've enjoyed a match as much as this for a long time. OK, it's not been century breaks and 80 breaks all the time, but it's been very, very good match play snooker. We know Davis is not what he was, but he has played fantastic safety in this game.
35.
And scored, something he hasn't done for 10 years. Usually missed all sorts of easy balls in his last few matches over the last couple of years, and he's missed 2 or 3 towards the end of this session, but his pot success rate has been over 90% throughout the match until just the last 2 or 3 frames. This is a key shot. Now, has he got onto a red? Not nicely. Didn't play that kiss, he played to bring those 5 reds into play, and he arced the cue ball. Just have a look at what the cue ball does here. He's arced the cue ball round them and missed them. He played to cannon those 5 reds. So 42-point lead is not enough at the moment.
Possible double here. Let's play it as a shot to nothing. It's not there.
John Higgins, 42.
Steve's trailing by 42. First option he gets, obviously, is bringing all the reds into play. So if he does get a chance, he can win at one visit in saying that only 1 red came out and didn't want to put it on the back cushion. So he's not happy with that.
May decide just to roll in to these 4 reds here, dead weight, but got to be very, very careful. Doesn't overhit it. Doesn't want to leave a touching ball either. It's okay.
Well, has the time come? Because 42 points behind, you're not going to get many chances. I think this is worth the risk. OK, if he misses it, people will say, well, that was reckless, but if it goes in, he can win frame and match. Just had a little coming together with the cameraman there.
This is a possibility. Should he have a go at this red to the right middle? There is a gap between green and brown, and back up for the blue. It's a difficult shot, but certainly worth the risk.
I just fancy kissing the brown, Ken, if he plays that.
It's definitely worth the risk, though, Willie.
I think he should go for a pot. 42 behind, half chance in the left-hand middle, half chance in the right-hand middle. Will you get another half chance in this frame? That's what Hawkeye's suggesting. But I just think it's a little bit, to pot it, you might kiss the brown. He's taking the other one on. Don't blame him at all for taking this on. No. Don't blame him. Now, people are sighing because they think, well, should he have taken that on? He had a chance to win frame and match there. He's 42 points behind. Don't blame him at all for that one.
Still a big shot required here from John Higgins. Nothing. Well, he has the red to right middle, but he's got to avoid that red on the back ball cushion. Well, Yes.
One.
That was a good shout, Ken, and I, like you, thought that was in the way, and I think John must have thought he was potting it a little. He potted it a little bit thick, didn't he? Potted off the near jaw. I think if he'd have potted it thin, he may have missed the cannon on the red, but he's actually put himself in trouble, amazingly enough. He may have to risk putting the blue, pink, or one of the bought colours safe here. Looking from where we are here, I mean, he could knock the pink safe, but he wouldn't get a great white. I'd really be surprised if he doesn't try and knock this brown safe, put it in the middle of the side cushion. Well, he's kept it in open plate.
John Higgins, one.
You can never ever question John Higgins' safety now, but that is one situation where I think a colour safe would have been advantageous.
Well, that's a little bit unlucky. We got the white in the perfect position, but of course, trusting a little bit of luck with the reds. But this red is over this bottom right-hand corner pocket. Good pass.
One.
He's just a little bit unlucky there, isn't he? Well, he just hit the red full ball. And he sort of glancing blow off that red, and he would have been on blue, green or yellow, but...
Well, any kiss is good apart from the one he got.
Does have a yellow to the top left-hand corner pocket, but I'm not quite sure whether he's confident enough to take that on at this stage.
Once again, don't blame him for taking it on. If it goes in, a chance to win frame a match.
Steve Davis, one.
Well, he may have missed it, but at least he took the positive approach. And as you say, Willie, you don't blame him for taking that on. Tried to take the bull by the horns.
Been a little unfortunate, really. John Higgins has played two. Oh, goodness me. Is that the easiest shot you've ever seen John Higgins miss in your life? We can't emphasise enough to the viewers. Under pressure, anything is missable.
One.
Looks a little bemused, and so are we. He's played two poor safeties, got away with it. Just missed the easiest ball he's missed for a long time. Will he get away with that? Unlike Steve to clear up from where the balls are at the moment, but if he can just get back into the frame, you know, get it close, and then we'll see some more nerves. Look at this miss here. Didn't have to do anything with the cue. We'll just stun it in for the green.
Yes, it's truly amazing the amount of times that you can miss these pressure balls.
Four.
Maybe the saving grace for John Higgins, particularly in this frame, is the red on the right cushion. Steve Davis will have to move that at some stage.
Yeah, but when the pink goes back into his own spot, which it will do shortly, that red's not in a bad position, Ken, is it? Off an half-ball pink to bring into play. So the brown, for me, is the key ball for John Higgins supporters. Steve's going to probably have to pot at least up to the brown. So I think John will get another visit to the table.
10.
Yes, I think Steve just making sure that he gets enough points to get back into this frame, close the gap. John Higgins has a 32-point lead, but that will soon be whittled away.
Going to need just a little bit of side on this one just to straighten it up off the cushion. Well, he's played with the one in baulk. Anything but straight is okay. Ideally, blue or pink is what he wants to play for here. He would love to be on the
15.
pink, but blue's okay. Just can't seem to get on a ball perfect. Come a little bit closer to the cushion, and they've got to screw back for the one next to the pink. Oh, he's played that nicely. Now, if he's got an angle now to pop this red and screw into the red on the cushion.
21.
And let's have a look at the angle he's got on this red, whether he can play that shot. Now he's playing topspin. Well, I don't know. I think the angle's there to play the cannon. Under pressure, sometimes you don't notice it. And that's why he's not playing it, but it looks on to me. Not playing it though.
22.
Would like to play it here, but he can't play it here either. Everything's going awkward.
May play for the double here. Well, he's trying to get on the other red, but it's a very good shot. Very well controlled.
29.
Excellent positional shot. Just got to try and avoid the green. Kiss on the green here. Is it
30.
far enough?
Steve's a little unlucky here. The pink on its spot, this would be on to be able to move the red off the top cushion. Where the pink is, I don't think he can get into the cue ball enough to miss it. So he may have to play yellow or green to try and get onto this red. I think if he plays to... But he can't kiss the red because he'd have a bit of side on, and when he hits the cushion he'll have too much side on to move the red.
You think he might try and track the double, Will? If he puts the white just above the pink somewhere, just somewhere above the pink, you'll have a perfect opportunity to try and double the red into the left-hand middle.
I don't think I've ever seen Davis play a double under pressure. I think he might try and get close to it from either blue, yellow or green without moving it.
Yeah, if you can get the white somewhere there, a perfect opportunity just to double this red. Bring the white down towards the black.
Whatever the scenario, he's got himself back into the frame now. Even should he miss this next colour he's attempting, he's only 12 points behind. They still play to leave a double, Ken, from a different shot. And if he's not hampered by the brown, this is worth taking on, because he'll go round the back of the black.
33.
Decision time, Steve. John Higgins knows that if the double goes in, Steve has got a chance to win frame and match.
Well, he's a little bit unlucky. It was a great attempt. It's just a little bit unlucky. He's actually kissed the yellow full ball there, because you see the second part of the shot was safety orientated. Just caught the knuckle, but just watch the kiss on the yellow there. Left the shot. Possible pot here for John Higgins. He's really...
I know he's missed the putt by a mile, but kissing the yellow safe is such a bonus. Isn't it amazing what tension does to people?
Yes, and certainly this is no gimme either. Tough putt here. White so close to the cushion. May even refuse this. He has missed a lot of shots when he's digging down on the cue ball. He's digging down the cue ball here now again. Now what happens with this shot is that the white jumps before it actually reaches the red, so difficult shot. Oh, fantastic. Brilliant putt.
One.
So John Higgins had to move the yellow. The yellow was on its spot a few moments ago. Who's going to win the safety battle on the yellow? Steve Davis can get him in all sorts of trouble here. If there's just enough room to miss the brown and get the white in behind the black. Who's going to win the safety battle on the yellow?
Steve Davis, 6.
Steve looking up to the heavens. In front, 6-11 is now going to need the blue. So once again, John Higgins has played a poor shot, but this time he's pushed the blue.
Settle down, please. Thank you.
He's just hanging on by his fingernails in this frame, John Higgins, at the moment. Every time he plays a bad shot, something happens to leave Steve Davis in a bit of trouble.
2.
What about this? Can screw back, leave the double, and move the blue over the hole. Play the cannon.
Yes, he'd love to get the white just in that position. As you said, Will, the double on the brown, kiss the blue over the corner pocket. It's certainly on. You can't get on the brown into the bottom left-hand corner pocket, so there you see it. That's exactly where he wants his cue ball, just at the tip of his cue there. It's certainly the right shot. Make sure of the green.
Yes, whatever, long as you do as you rightly say, don't miss the green. And if you've not got the nice angle on the double, you've got a very, very simple safety shot. Nothing simple in the potting department. Safety's not too bad. Well, will he or won't he? I think it's a little bit thin, this double.
I think it's perfect.
Steve's under pressure. The lady behind is under pressure. I'm sure there's a few fingers crossed there, Ken. Is it worth the double to move the blue?
I think it's got to be worth it, Will. It's got to be worth. This could put him into the next round. Quarterfinals of the World Championship. One good shot. One good shot. One good shot. And that's it. What a shot he's played there.
Can you believe it? That'll be up there with the best shot he's ever played in his career.
9.
Blue and pink for a most unbelievable victory.
He's puffing his cheeks out.
Well, Steve, I've had the pleasure of knowing you for a long time. This is up there with one of your best ever performances, if you can pot blue and pink.
Thank you.
Well, we saw John Higgins with a straight red in the middle a few moments ago. Steve Davis has got 14. A straight red in the middle to do almost the unthinkable. Steve Davis has done the unbelievable thing of beating the world champion John Higgins. That last round was awesome. times champion of the world, has somehow, and I say somehow, rolled back the years and beat one of the all-time greats. He can't believe it. A standing ovation from the crowd. Ken, how good was that?
Oh, it's fantastic. One of the greatest matches he's ever played at the Crucible. And just look at the crowd. They are as dumbstruck as he is. It's fantastic. Well played, Steve. What a tremendous match.
Stunning, and this was the reaction a few moments ago when Steve came in here to the Winter Gardens. Fantastic reaction, not just in here but all the way across the square from the Crucible. Steve sits down, he looks absolutely stunned. The oldest man through to the quarterfinals for 27 years. Well, he's now joined us. He's rediscovered a little bit of his composure. First of all, Steve, congratulations. Can you sum up all of these years, 30 years at the Crucible, where does that match rank in the all-time greats for you?
Well, obviously, winning the event is massive, but individual performances and pride of performance, it's got to be so much up there, possibly second only to beating Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final of the Masters when I was 8-4 behind. But in its own way, to do it at the Crucible, it may even be higher, but especially against John, who is such a hard player. And I always thought he was going to win the match. I didn't give up, but I just thought, because I've sat in this chair with John, and we've seen John Higgins so many times pull it out of the fire. And I thought he's going to do it again.
At 11-11,
he raises the stand and he just keeps on, and he's at you all the time, then he starts motoring. He didn't get going enough, and he kept on giving me hope. But I still thought he was going to get over the line. I think probably most people did think once he got it back to roughly level. But somehow I dragged up some pots. Even though we both missed a few, I dragged up it used up everything. So I'm pleased I got a couple of days off.
Well, Steve, we'll chat more in a minute, but John Higgins was the 16-1 on favourite to beat Steve in that match, so something extraordinary has happened. But obviously the defending champion, and we all know John to be a gracious champion, and he was indeed in his interview afterwards.
John, you are a true professional in every sense of the word. I think some of us are still coming to terms with what's happened. Has it started to register for you at all?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, but all credit to him. I mean, as I said to him after it, now he's the greatest in my eyes. I mean, it's to still be playing that quality snooker. I know I missed a few, but I didn't play great. I didn't play my best, but I certainly didn't play my worst. And how he could hold himself together at 52, something that sums him up. He's the greatest in my eyes.
You were always in a very difficult position with this match because Steve came in under no pressure whatsoever, and you were obviously expected to cruise through. He had that magnificent start and then maybe just started to get some momentum and put a few doubts in your mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I mean, you'll know what I'm talking about when you're thinking, if I'm going to get in and play my best, that I should be good enough to beat him. But also in the back of your mind, you know that he's done it to great players in the past. Only in the last few years that he's put in some great performances. And when he does that, he's fantastic, because his cue ball control was a lesson to me, because my cue ball control all through the match, it was nowhere near good enough, and my cueing wasn't good enough in my action, and even in the last red there, I could feel I was going to miss that last red in the middle. I was in turmoil really, but the way he held himself together, it's a tribute to him.
That was a very magic moment at the Crucible Theatre, to see Steve Davis rolling back the years, 6 times a former champion, to defeat John Higgins, the defending champion, as he did, was quite incredible, because we were all watching it up in the Champions Lounge, or the Players Lounge, and we thought that Steve, he might just crack at the end, because John is so used to that. And it's been a while since Steve's been in that position, but he held himself together so well. I was really, really proud of him.
Now, obviously, beating John Higgins is a feather in his cap that's up there with any I've ever seen before. And after the match, that's why I went and gave him a hug, because, he just played properly. He went for the juggler, as it were. Played all the positive shots rather than negative shots. And, OK, people can say Higgins didn't play well, but, Higgins was in a no-win situation. He was playing against the man he should beat. But Davis rolled back